rock and roll. Nobody's here. 0 people are here, so I can do whatever the hell I want. People show up, we'll start answering questions, we'll start partying. Unts, unts, unts. Dude, wait, can I play music? Hold on. Unts, 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 Ain't nobody need music, I am the music. Alright, hold on. I gotta let Twitter know. Live right now. Wait. I gotta share the broadcast. Gotta share the broadcast. Let's see. Twitter. Boom. Drunk live right now. Watch it. Fucking pussies. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. All right. We got nobody in here right now. So I'm gonna go get another drink. I dyed my hair today. So it's hard to see because I'm using my webcam, so it's hard to see. Um, but basically, what I did was I took my natural hair color, and then the ends is black, and then as the black fades into my natural color. So maybe in the back you can see better, perhaps. I don't know. My dog is barking, so one sec. Oops. I wonder if you can see my dog. Hold on. My setup's kind of weird. Let's see. Loki! Look at him. My dog Loki. The Lokinator. The Loki Pokey. He's a Catahoula leopard dog mix. Um, and he's a good boy. He's a fun one. I want to take him swimming, dude. I want to take him swimming, cause he's never been swimming before, dude. And he needs to go swimming. He's got the paws. You know the webbed feet? He's got the paws, the webbed feet, dude. Come on. All right. So it's an ask me anything. So ask me literally anything, and I will give an answer. I will give an answer to anything. Ask it to me. All right, we're gonna scroll through Twitter. Let's see anything weird. Yo, wait, am I able to like do a response? Hold on, what is this? Picture. Wait, share screen. See this layout. Wait. Are we able to do a response thing? Okay, so hold on, let's figure this out. Um, okay, I don't know how to. I don't know. I don't know how this works. Okay, I don't know how to do a reaction video with StreamYard. Let me just fucking okay. Oh hell yeah, dude! Anna's here, dude. We got the fucking Anna's got the Paramore, fucking picture. Hell yeah. Okay, Anna, I love you so much. You're amazing. You're my favorite person on Twitter right now. Okay, Anna. I wanted to try and do a reaction video on StreamYard. I don't know how this works. Hold on. Okay, I will explain the video and then I will react to it. Sam Harris. Eric? No, Brett. I get them mixed up. Brett Weinstein and Sam Harris had a conversation and they were talking about animal rights and animal ethics. And they were almost correct. They were almost correct, but they were so far away. Because this is what they said. They said okay, Eric Weinstein said no, was it Brett? Was it I get them mixed up. Brett Weinstein said, wait, what are you gonna react to? Wait, okay. Here's the thing. I want I don't know how to I don't know how to do StreamYard. Wait. But basically, Sam Harris and Brett Weinstein did a speech together. And they were talking and somebody asked them about animal ethics. And they gave an answer that was almost correct but wrong. And the answer was um animals have a mutual benefit. Farm animals have a mutual benefit with humans, and their existence is required um, to be to be farmed, and um, that mutual benefit is an increase in well-being. Okay, now everything that they say is correct, aside from one thing. Well, a couple of things. Let's go. We can get into it. Okay, so it's that the farming is necessary for their existence. Wrong. Um, and that their existence is positive. Okay, so number one, farming is not necessary for the existence. We don't really farm dogs. We have them as pets, and they exist, and they have a net well-being life. We don't have to kill dogs and slaughter dogs for them to exist. Okay, so that doesn't make any sense. Number two, a lot of farm animals that we've bred them in such a way that their existence in and of itself is full of suffering, right? Like impregnating pregnancy with a cow is not very fun for the cow. Um, so turkeys freaking break their legs, dude, because we've bred them in such a bad way that icky. No. Maybe they shouldn't exist. Some of them maybe they can't exist. People have pet pigs, and I feel like that's fine. You can have pet pigs, um, but a lot of these farm animals, they've been bred in such a way that their existence in and of itself is bad. So basically, what I'm trying to say is they're almost correct, and if what they said was true, that the existence of farm animals requires farming, then we might and that their existence is a net well-being. We might want to farm animals, but so that's where they get wrong is because Brett says that like Brett Weinstein, he's like So we are to farm animals, but there's an issue about how like we have to figure out how much meat we should be eating. That's not no. He gets that wrong because yeah, exactly. Yeah. Anyways, this is what I'm drinking. So I actually wanted to go out tonight. I wanted to go. So it's Pride month, right? So they get all the clubs are doing all these crazy things. And, I'm bisexual, by the way, so you probably already knew that, but um, they're all doing these things. So I wanted to go out tonight, but I spent too much money this weekend already. Like I got paid literally today, and I spent most of it. So it's like I can't go out. So um, but I started pre gaming because I was gonna go out, and then I was like, I can't go out. So I decided to instead of pre gaming, all the way gaming, all the way. So I found these things that are on sale. Um, they're on sale, and so that's why I bought them. And they're actually really gross, but also kind of good. If you have a couple, have a couple, and then they're really bad, and then they all of a sudden they turn into be really, really good. It's these Bud Light seltzers. It was only $10 for a 12 pack, which is amazing. So Bud Light seltzers, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. They got fucking. This is like a knockoff Sprite, and this is like a fucking knockoff um Coke. Amazing. Okay, let's get more people into the stream. Let's get more. Wait, I gotta figure out how to react to things. Hold on. I don't know. I'm too drunk. Fuck. Okay. Wait, brand. What is this? What the fuck is this? Bubble, classic, minimal. Yo, block. They all look the same, dog. Bubble. Okay, bubble. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, brand. Wait, banner. Wait. Oh shit. Wait. Banners. Comments. Okay. Let's get more people in this. Okay. I'm gonna go to Facebook. Wait, you look so similar to a guy I used to know? Okay, what was this guy? Was his name David Hasselhoff? Because that's me. I am David Hasselhoff. In fact, hold on. We're gonna figure out how to do this. How to do this. Um, picture in picture layout. Press Shift 7. Shift 7. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I don't know how this works. New layout. Oh shit! Wait, I did something wrong. I did something wrong. Okay, stop. Old friend of yours? Okay. Um, did you used to be friends with David Hasselhoff? Because that's me. From the SpongeBob movie, David Hasselhoff. Look at pictures. Okay, because I don't know how to do this react like picture on picture. Wait, look at pictures of David Hasselhoff. I'm joking. I'm not David Hasselhoff. Listen. My celebrity look like is the most common thing I get is mm, I've heard Napoleon Dynamite quite often. Sometimes I'll hear Timothy Chalamet, but he's more attractive than I am. Mm. Okay, wait. Facebook. We're going on Facebook. Uh, doing a dunk stream right now. Um, come is spelled cum, like coming. Hell yeah. Come watch. Post. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Oh wait, we got more. Okay, a vegan who is racist. Oh damn, dude. Want me to be racist right now? I'm gonna say the N word right now on the live stream. Just kidding. I'm not gonna do that. Do you wanna know my stance on slurs? I'll go ahead right now. Okay, so if you're with your buddies, here's the thing. This is I take a consequentialist position, like I do with all things. So if you wanna say wigger or wagget with your friends and they all know that you don't mean any harm by it, and it's more of like a funny thing, that's fine. You can do that because you're all in agreement, right? But if you have an audience, like right now I'm live streaming. If you have an audience at all, off the table because you don't know how the other people are going to react to it. You don't know if other people are going to be really hurt by it. Here's the thing. A lot of slurs, like there's been tests with this. Like somebody just say a slur, and people have a negative response, and they don't have control over it. It's like there's this thing that like people say that you can choose whether or not to be offended. That's not necessarily true. Like sometimes you're just offended. Sometimes you're just upset, and you didn't have any control over that. So um yeah, if you have any sort of audience and you're not entirely clear about what their positions are and what their feelings are about the matter, you should not say slurs. But if you're just with your friends, then um yeah, I feel like you can say slurs. It's just, it's just a word. Um that being said, if you're saying slurs a ton with your friends, it may create sort of a mind state where you're maybe likely to say slurs in situations where you shouldn't be saying slurs. So anyway, that's my position about slurs. Um, dude, I really want to figure out how to fucking okay. Wait, Anna, does it show picture on picture right now, or is it just showing my face? Because I want to do picture on picture to react to stuff. Ay, carambas. I'm gonna put your I'm gonna put your comment up here because I just see your face. Ah, my goodness. Okay. Well, dadgummit. All right. Picture, shift plus 7. That's what it says. Shift plus 7. Shift. Wait. Maybe it's actual plus. Hold on. Didn't work. Shift 7. Didn't work. Anyways. Dude, I want to sing some stuff. I don't know, play some songs, but it's too late for that. It's 10:40 where I am right now. Uh, people are. I'm in an apartment. I got upstairs neighbors. I got downstairs neighbors. Um, and they don't. Dude, they knock on my door. Knock, knock, knock. They knock on my door during the day when I'm singing. So I imagine they'd be pissed, fucking pissed, if I started singing now. But I was singing it earlier today. I was singing "You Too," dude. I love "You Too." I've been trying to sing "Bad" by You Too. You know the song "Bad." It's actually it's a I can't get it right, dude. I keep singing it wrong. It's rough. Yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. Um, yeah, slurs. It's similar to eating. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Saying slurs, saying that focusing on the consequences of slurs. Yeah, it's the exact same as It's like what Anna was saying. Um, eating animal products that have been gonna be thrown out. And actually, I don't have an issue with that. Like, if you order, well, it depends on the context, right? So if someone's just throwing out carnage products because they've expired or whatever, or like it's the end of their the day at the fast food restaurant, I don't think you should eat those. Because I really wanted to just, like, set in their mind that, like, "Oh my gosh, like, we didn't sell these," right? And, like, I don't yeah. But when it comes to, like, ordering vegan food, like, you order an Impossible Whopper, no mayo, um, and then at the drive-thru, and you specify no mayo. You get home and there's mayo on it. There's no issue with I don't think there's any issue with eating the mayo on it. Um, Now, what you could do is you could call them and say, "Hey, there's mayo on my Impossible Whopper. Excuse me." But eventually you kinda have to draw a line. It's like I feel like that's a little bit, like, overkill. It's like eventually it's like, "Okay, whatever." Like yeah, and maybe in some slight way you're encouraging them to, like, make mistakes, but, I don't see a big issue. So I'm gonna tell my Mormon friends to join. Watch Drunk stream right now. Amazing. Dude, is Moxie coming on? Moxie! Oh, hell yeah, dude. Moxie, 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 Moxie. Moxie, hold on. I'm gonna at them on Twitter. But they don't spell it Moxie, they spell it different. Hold on, fuck. Moxie. On my live stream. Amazing. I like Moxie. Moxie's fun, dude. You want to speak? I can do a headstand, dude. Watch the fucking check this out. Check out this. Fuck, wait, looks amazing. Listen, I took gymnastics for what is it, 3, 4 years growing up. I've been practicing my headstands, dude. I can do a cartwheel too. Hold on. Never mind, never mind. There's not enough room. And last time I did one, fucking drunk, I fucking busted my door open. I don't know if you can see it. Hold on. See that door? It's missing a handle. That's because I did a cartwheel, dude. So I can't do cartwheels. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can do cartwheels, but I can't do cartwheels now. Okay, amazing. Listen, I want you guys to ask me controversial questions because I want to answer controversial questions I wouldn't answer if I wasn't drunk. Again, this is what I'm drinking. These are really gross, but they're fun. Okay, it's Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda. This is like classic. This is classic cola. It's like knockoff Coke. Um. Anyways, again, fucking, I was gonna go out for Pride because it's Pride Month, but then I spent too much money um on bills and other things, so I decided to stay in. So amazing, and these were on sale, dude. These were on sale. These were on sale, dude. These were on sale. So, dude, $10 for a 12 pack. What the hell? That's a steal of a deal. Anna, you can ask me personal questions. I am an open book. I can answer anything in the fucking world. Listen, okay, let me read this tweet from my friend Jamie. Very important. Listen, everybody listen right now. The moon is a lesbian. I will not elaborate. How long have you been drinking tonight? I see. I have been drinking. I started. Well, I started drinking around 8. Started drinking around 8. Did some karaoke in my room. Karaoke. I sang some U2. And then I kept drinking. And now we're here. Amazing, amazing, amazing. There's this thing that me and my friends do. It kind of started with me and my sister and my brother-in-law. Called Truth or Truth. It's like Truth or Dare, but there's no dares because nobody wants to go. Because every single dare is like go outside and do like, it's so cold outside. What the hell? I don't want to go outside. I don't want to do things. So we invented this thing called Truth or Truth, which is basically, yeah, Truth or Dare, but it's only truths. And I love that game. Did I say that I dyed my hair? Look, so it's basically the goal was to like have it fade from what? Last time you drank, you felt terrible and decided to never drink again. Gross. I love drinking. I love it so much. I love it maybe too much. I love it so much. It's so fun. It makes me feel great. It gives me a lot of energy. I don't know. I don't think that's because I hear a lot of people that like they drink and they get tired. Like, but me, I get energetic, dude. It's like almost I get more energized from alcohol than I do from caffeine, which is I don't understand it, but that's what it is for me. But I do feel terrible when I smoke weed. I don't like to smoke. I stay away from that. I don't do it because it doesn't not make me feel good. Um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I dye my hair. So, basically, take my headphones off. So basically, what I tried to do is do like black, going up to my natural color. So it's easier to see on the back. I feel, and it's hard to see because of the webcam. But check this out. I don't know if you can see that, but amazing, amazing, fantastic, 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 dude. Well, how does it feel during Pride Month where every single person is fucking gay? Listen, all the middle schoolers on Call of Duty, 11-year-olds and 12-year-olds, They were correct. Everybody's gay. Pride Month. They are. Everyone's fucking gay in Pride Month, dude. Everyone likes it in the butt. Tell us about absurdism, dude. Fucking Parker's here. Woo! Absurdism. I'm not. I'm only vaguely familiar with absurdism. I'm sorry, Parker, but absurdism is absurdism is basically everything is absurd. Woo! That's my. Hold on. Let's hold on. Wait. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I can give you some insights real quick. So this is what Bing says. Bing AI says. Okay. So, absurdism is a philosophy that says life has no objective meaning or purpose, and that we cannot fully understand the world by reason. It is based on the idea that there is a conflict between our desire for order and the irrationality of the universe. Okay, so basically, I 1000% agree. Check this out. Check this out. We can't know anything, nothing. We can't even. Okay, so if I say something like this, we can't know anything. We cannot know anything. Um, what people hear is, yeah, there's a lot that we don't know. The more we know, the more that we learn that we need to know. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we literally cannot know anything. Chug. Because check this out. Everything that we know is based off of experience. Every time that okay, here's a credit card. Okay? The only reason that I know is that if I drop this credit card, it's gonna fall to the ground. Is because every time I've dropped this credit card, it falls to the ground. So the best way I've heard this put is like imagine you're a chicken, right? And every day at 6 or every night at 6, the farmer comes and gives the food, right? Now you know that 6 p.m. is food time. Now, this time, the farmer comes at 6 p.m. and he comes with a knife and he slaughters you. Until then, 6 p.m. was food time, right? So every time I drop this, it's food time. But there's nothing to say that one day when I drop this, it's slaughter time, and it just fucking races up to the sky, or goes to the left, or goes to the side. Okay. Now you can say that like, okay, well, we can essentially know things because every time we test things, every single time we test things, it comes to the results that we have experienced in the past. Um, and that's not even necessarily true, but like even go deeper, dude. Even go deeper. So, uh, if we're all wearing green glasses, right? We're all wearing green glasses, and all we see is green, right? We can't see blue because we're only seeing green. Okay, the same thing exists within our minds where we view the world with certain laws of logic. Okay, but it's not necessarily the case that these laws of logic um, are the true laws of logic. There could be a higher order law of logic. We could be completely misinterpreting the world um, through this sort of cause and effect lenses that the green glasses. We have cause and effect glasses we're wearing. Um, so like we can say things that like try all triangles have three sides, or all bachelors are unmarried, and that's only factual because of the laws of logic that we perceive in our minds. And it's not necessarily clear that those laws of logic are correct. It's possible that all bachelors are not unmarried. It's possible you can have a married bachelor in some other universe, which is absolutely crazy. Basically, yeah, we don't know anything. We cannot know any objective truths at all. Yeah, we cannot know if there's any meaning to life, if there's any we can't even know if math is correct. But check this out. It's very useful. How my philosophy professor puts it, it's how we play Minecraft. Right? If all of this is just Minecraft and there's some simulation video game, it's how we play Minecraft. We must imagine Sisyphus as okay, kind of okay. So Parker says, kind of bouncing off of that philosophy towards the Albert Camus um, uses the practical example of the absurdist philosophy. What do you think of the notion that we must imagine Sisyphus as happy? Imagine Sisyphus. What does that mean? Look up Sisyphus. But I have to spell it. It's got a Y in it. It's a hard word. Okay, Sisyphus. Was punished by. Sisyphus. Okay, okay. Oh, okay. I vaguely remember Sisyphus. Research. Hold on. Oh, he's the boulder guy. He's the boulder guy. Um, I need to look more into Sisyphus, but it's to me it sounds like he's not happy. Um, yeah. I would say no. I would say no. Has to push your rock. Yeah, yeah, I would say unless Sisyphus was like unless he was like really enjoyed pushing a rock. This is how I measure happiness, right? It's like I'm a utilitarian again, so it's like it's basically just moral math, right? So it's like you take the added pleasure minus the suffering, and then whatever the total is what's so the maximum happiness is just pleasure minus suffering, and then take the total. And it sounds like pushing a rock up a hill is just a lot of suffering. So unless fucking Sisyphus really enjoyed pushing a rock up a hill, it doesn't sound very happy to me. And maybe I need to do more research about Sisyphus, but that doesn't sound very appealing. Anyways. Oh, interesting. So, chemist finds apparently finds true happiness in the absurd. That's interesting. I mean, Nietzsche is similar. Nietzsche is similar where people what was it? Someone found a contradiction in one of his uh someone found a contradiction in one of his claims, and then Nietzsche says, "Well, all the better then." You know that's why Nietzsche is often called an anti-philosopher, where it's like he just doesn't give a fuck, dude. He doesn't give a fuck. He's like, everyone's on their own. He's a huge egoist. He's just like everyone's on their own. You do your life. Everyone does their lives. Um, Nothing matters, which is kind of cool. Let's see, what are we gonna do? Just check out my guitar, dude. Dude. Okay, so I got this guitar by scamming people. What I did was I went on Amazon and I found like dishes and other things, and it was like, yeah, egoist isn't. I'm using egoist as like a general sort of like. It's not the correct term. You're correct. No, no, no. How would I put Nietzsche? Nietzsche was very much like make the best self that you can be. Yeah, that's Nietzsche. Um, okay, so this guitar, it's an Epiphone. It's very cheap. It's like I got it for like $100 and something dollars. Epiphone, special too. Uh, so what I did was I went on Amazon and I found products. Um, Particularly, I sold a lot of Spider-Man action figures. So I found Spider-Man action figures, and they would sell on Amazon for $10. And then I would go on eBay. I would take the pictures from Amazon, put them on eBay, and say Spider-Man action figure, $20. And then I would say, and then they'd buy the action figure. Okay, and then I take that $20 and I buy it for $10 on Amazon and ship it directly to them. And I did that, and I bought this guitar. Um, I would not do that now, but that's how I paid for this guitar. Um, and this is a guitar I've used on all of my recordings of my music. Yeah, amazing, amazing, amazing. Dude, let's see us on Twitter, dude. Okay, wait, notifications. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I can't read. Too many words. No, let's not go on Twitter. This gay. Okay. Parker, you say you like stoicism. What would convince you that stoicism is not ideal? Banners. Okay, I'm gonna put a banner up. This is an example of a banner. Click banner to show on screen. Yo, that's a banner, everybody. Amazing. Good fucking times. Amazing. Okay, comments. Wait, wait. Yeah, yeah, answer the question. Come on. Answer the question. Stoicism is pretty cool though. There's one issue, or there's a couple issues. There's actually many issues. But one issue that I'm thinking about right now is that people will use stoicism to not move past their struggles. They're like they just oh, okay, question. Okay. So you're saying a philosophy that resonates with you more. What sort of philosophy would resonate with you more? Or a better question, what about stoicism resonates with you? But basically, an issue with stoicism is that people tend to just start to suffer because some suffering is just suffering, and they tend to stay in their suffering, thinking that they can move past it just by doing nothing, and they'll just stay in their suffering. Crazy, 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 crazy. But again, stoicism is fairly good. It's like it's a if you follow stoicism, you're gonna live a happy life. It's a fairly good philosophy. Hey, ask more questions. You gotta ask more questions. Okay. Let me think. We got fucking dog treats right here. It's a peanut butter dog treat. So amazing. What does it taste like? Oh, it's like peanut butter, but like dog food peanut butter. So no, like it's like dog food peanut butter. Yeah, yeah. I would not recommend eating one. In fact, I'll have another one. Just kidding. I'm joking. I'm joking. I'm joking with you. Ooh, okay. Good question. Good question. Okay, check this out. Wait, Parker. And if you characters, the idea that resonates with me for Stoicism is that while we can't choose the situations we find us in, we can choose our reactions. Yeah, that's so. And of course, we've talked about this. I disagree with that, but I understand why it's. I understand why that would be. Uh, what's the word? Why you would like Stoicism because of that? Because that's what Stoicism teaches. What's going on? Full screen. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that's what Stoicism teaches, and they're wrong. They're incorrect, but I understand why that would be appealing. So we have a question here on Twitter, and I think it's very interesting. So Riley says, animal welfareism should primarily be concerned about, excusez-moi, A, mistreatment before death, B, doesn't consent to death, C, shortening life. Hmm. My answer is not listed here. It's the shortening of a happy life. That's the okay, but I would say between these three options, I would say mistreatment before death. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Moxie's here, dude. Moxie, we love Moxie. Everybody say we love Moxie, dude. Moxie, ask me questions. That's what we're doing right now. Ask me anything. This is truth or truth. Ask me about anything. Personal life, philosophy, beliefs. Wait. Anna asked a question. Has anyone asked if has anyone asked you if your dog has anyone asked you if your dog's plant-based? Oh, fucking good question. Okay. My dog, we're trying to make my dog plant-based. That's the situation. There's two issues right now. I've the dog foods I've tried makes him makes him sick. He barfs. Um, Number two, I can't afford these expensive vegan dog foods. But listen, so tomorrow I'm actually planning on going to Petco and because Petco in my I found out because beforehand I'd have to buy vegan dog food online and it was very expensive. and my dog eats a lot because he's a big boy. He's 110 pounds. Um, and by the way, side note, um, if I had a child, right, and this child, this child needed to eat, and in the supermarket they sold human flesh, um, and the human flesh was cheaper to a point where I could afford the human flesh, but not the vegetables or whatever. Um, then I would buy the human flesh. That's not ethical, but that's what I would do. So it is consistent, but it's not ethical. Um, but anyways, yeah, I found out that there is some vegan dog food at Petco in my local area, and I'm gonna try that out tomorrow because I just got paid. Um, Moxie says, "What is your stance on killing apex predators?" Basically, so assuming that the ecological collapse doesn't have more suffering, more like doesn't reduce utility, then we should kill apex predators. But I stand agnostic because I don't know enough about the ecosystem to make that claim. It seems to me like the professionals, like environmentalists and such, seem to say that we shouldn't kill predators because predators are necessary for the ecosystem. But but at the same time, like, what do they care about? Like, they seem to care about nature, when it's not necessarily clear that nature increases well-being. Oftentimes, nature does not increase well-being. So, uh, yeah, yeah. I think, yeah, that's it. Yeah, basically it. And I think that same stance, like with the whole vegan gains, um, and Avi, uh, like the situation where you have what's it called? The alien from Alien. You have an alien who's just killing people in New York City or whatever. Um, I take the same position. It's like if the alien, if getting rid of the alien destroys the environment to to a level where it actually increases suffering, then we actually should not. Uh, what is this life about? This life is about party, party, rock and roll. I'm fucking drunk, and we're asking me anything. That's the question. We literally just talked about killing predators. Here's the situation I've been thinking about, and it might be completely wrong, but um, if okay, if where is the music? That is the question. Listen, okay, so I answered this question before, but I really want to play music right now. I want to play guitar. Like I got my fucking guitar with me. It's like piano. I can't play music tonight because it's 11:16 and I got neighbors upstairs. I got neighbors downstairs. If I start playing music, they are going to scream. That's the situation. So if I do one of these, if I get day drunk, I can do and I do one of these streams. Uh, we could play music, but I can't play music tonight. But yeah, killing predators. Here's the thing. This is what I was gonna say. So assuming that the killing of predators causes an ecological collapse, um, that is, it causes more suffering than the suffering of a predator eating a herbivore alive. And so then it's required that predators exist. then actually I think we actually ought to hunt deer and things like this because you go because a bullet is better than being eaten alive. So you basically you go you run and you fucking kill deer, um, so that the predator has something to eat. But the bullet, and even better, not even a bullet, euthanasia. You go in and just fucking euthanize deer. Um, the suffering is reduced because euthanasia or a bullet, if euthanasia doesn't work, uh, is less suffering than being eaten alive. Oh, fuck, dude, I want to play music. I can't play music. I can't do it. I'm sorry. On an earlier stream, I'll play music. Favorite bands? Um, okay, so my favorite bands. So the Beatles. The greatest album of all time is Abbey Road. So I love the Beatles. Um, yeah, I love all the Beatles. I was gonna list the Beatles like my favorite, like in order, but I can't do that because they're all so amazing. Like Ringo Starr is one of the greatest drummers. Paul McCartney has such great melodies. Fucking George Harrison, fucking John Lennon. Yeah, they're so good. I love the Beatles. So I love the Beatles. I love Green Day. I love Rufus Wainwright, Regina Spektor, Ben Folds. Um, 24-week-old. Okay, so Moxie says, "What's your stance on a 24-week-old fetus?" Okay, so I hold. Okay, so there's two different positions I hold. So there's the legal position. Legally, um, I, I think you can have an abortion for any reason up until 20 weeks. After 20 weeks, it should be banned, even in cases of rape or incest. Um, Morally, I hold the Peter Singer position where, um, if it's assumed that the fetus is going to have a net negative life, then you can abort it up to 6 months. Does this okay? Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Chicano? 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 Um, does the suffering matter if you don't see it? How humanely is the food that is killed actually killed? Does it matter if you see it? I wonder truly. Does it only matter if you see it? No, I mean suffering is suffering, right? Um, yeah, suffering is suffering. Like if you suffer, it suffers. And seeing something suffer, I guess causes you to suffer. So I guess it matters in that sense that like sort of an extrinsic sense. But if you suffer, you suffer. It doesn't matter if anyone else sees it. The people seeing it might suffer by watching it, but yeah, I don't think it matters in a huge sense. Yeah, and here's the thing. Okay, so going back to the 24-week-old fetus, like it's very interesting because I used to be very pro-life. Um, so I kind of understand the position that pro-lifers go through. Uh, and here's the question to ask. It's like, what is it about life that holds value? right? So, like, if we were growing just a plant inside of us, if a woman was growing a plant inside of us, we wouldn't say it's immoral to abort the plant, right? So it's like it's named the tree. What is true of a plant that plant a life plant is it's life. What is true of a plant that if true, or what is true of a human that if true of a plant would make it immoral to abort a plant. Um, so it's like what is it about being a human life that is makes it immoral to abort it? And that's where we get the 24 weeks from, because that's kind of where we assume sentience begins. And I put 20 weeks because I just want to give some buffer room. So okay. Oh, Moxie, want to do a call stream? Hell yeah, dude. Let's do a call stream. Okay. So here, Moxie, I'll send you the StreamYard link. Let me figure out how to do this. Hold on. StreamYard. Unless you want to do like Discord or something. Um, but then I wouldn't know how to. Let's see. Invite guests. Copy. Okay, everyone. This is for Moxie. Wait, I don't know if I can do Discord because then this is gonna get. I don't know how to do that with StreamYard. Were you ever pro-life as utilitarian? No. No, no, no. Utilitarian came after being pro-life. So Moxie, I sent the link. I can't do this. I can't do Discord because I don't know. I'm too drunk to understand how to do that with StreamYard. Moxie's here at the stream.
Oh my god, what's up?
What's up?
Is my audio bad? Hopefully it's not that bad.
No, your audio's perfect. How's my audio? My audio's. I've been having audio troubles recently, so
No, your audio is really good. Especially on the stream. Yeah.
amazing. Dude, Anna's here too. Should I add Anna?
Yeah, let's go. Wait,
Okay.
let's
Hey.
fucking go.
What's
Oh my
up?
god, it's Anna, dude. What's up?
Yeah, dude, we love Anna, dude.
What's up?
Wait, thanks.
Mhm.
Chicanis says thanks for avoiding the question. What was the question? Hold on.
No, you can't dodge the question. No, no.
I can't dodge the question. Hold on. What's the question? I'm too drunk for this. Hold on. Okay. If life is only of value, then can we ever eat anything? No, we can't because life isn't what we value. I don't care about the life of like fucking
Like,
germ or like
yeah, like
bacteria when I wash my hands. Yeah.
yeah, like biological life. I think it's I think you should rephrase it as simply like I don't think I value the biological life, whatever the scientists say that life is the thing that I don't seem to value. Typically, like it seems to be something else that seems to grant moral status. That being the trait, like being sentient or being capable of being sentient. That's the thing. That seems to be more Oh, fuck. I was eating like
Yeah.
fucking gum, but yeah, it seems to be more valuable. No, I was just curious on your view on like abortion because usually a lot of vegans have this view either like they're anti-natal oh my god, either they think like life is suffering and that that is like some reason to not have children in the world. Because for me, I'm pro natalist. I love having people. I love having more people in the world because it's super duper good on net utility. So I was just like curious, like in your reasoning as to like why you prefer the abortion or not. But yeah, I think we seem to tend to agree a lot on it. So I guess there's no issue there. But no, I guess I want to know like, do you hold to Avi's view of like pro not pro what's the view, it's the precaution principle, is that something that you hold to? I assume not.
S what do you so what exactly do you mean by the precautionary principle? I kind of
Mhm.
have a guess of what you mean, but
It's his view is basically like up to, I want to say, 8 weeks or 6 weeks. Um, it should be illegal for you to have an abortion.
gotcha. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, I think it's 8 weeks or maybe yeah, yeah. Yeah. So I've heard that before, and I think it's because
Mhm.
I think he actually believes based on like certain evidence that uh th- that a fetus can feel pain
Yeah.
at that point. Um,
Mm,
I guess I'm not I my like my understanding is that the general consensus is 20 to 24 weeks.
that's what I
I
was
don't
thinking.
Yeah, I don't know where Avi gets this like 8 weeks from. Um,
I could
if
try to
it's
find it.
if it's true that they so at least my
Yeah.
sort of vague understanding is
hmm
that he gets this because um, the fetus starts to respond to painkillers at that point. Um, but I don't know if that necessarily means that they're like actually having an experience. Um,
hmm Because if it's
yeah,
like simply like a reaction or something, like it's a
yeah,
case of like I I assume we wouldn't value chemicals, right? They have reactions. I don't think I take that to mean like I should fucking care about like some bottle or something that has chemicals on it. But
exactly. Yeah,
no,
yeah, and it's like has their
mhm,
brain developed enough to where they can actually like have an experience from those reactions.
yeah. I guess I'm curious on your view on it's like a meme position, but like, what are your like takes on like homosexuality? Do you think that's immoral or not immoral?
Oh, of course not. I'm actually bisexual, so I don't think it's immoral.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, no, not at all.
Oop, audio issues is. Wait.
Yeah, it's Pride Month. Everyone's gay in Pride Month, so
Um. Yeah. True. I think there's like some convincing reasons as to like being opposed to homosexuality. I think one would be like them not being able, them biologically like um they can't reproduce. I think you should reproduce. I think there's some obligation there to I guess have more people in the world. But yeah,
I
obviously
can
there's
see
like the
that.
other.
I can see that. I can see that. It's like kind of like a big maximizing utility sense. It's like um your uh yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, like the world should the more like straight people the better because they're gonna be having children. Um
Yeah,
but it's not
basically. Mhm.
yeah.
I was about to
And
say like oh shit, there's a delay, sir. Go ahead, finish.
oh, and just I was just saying that like and having children is a good thing. Um because it maximizes utility because generally life for most people is good. Um
Yeah.
but I wouldn't say that it's like a huge negative because you know people experience uh, positive utility from being in gay relationships and such.
But yeah, basically the view would be simply like kind of like the Republican conclusion, and just the idea of like just the world where like there's like more people. Yes, there's more people, and yes, it's like both of them are like to the verge of like suicide, but like their life is not super shit. But it's like to the point where like it's like they're not gonna kill themselves, but it isn't really preferable to live in. But like having more people could outweigh the negative utility that each individual experiences or whatever. And I feel like if we were to play if like when it comes like to the world, I think there's like I guess I'm like I feel like it's kind of like having more people will generally be really really good. And if like if the view simply states like you should be impartial against your own preferences to do what is good, it feels like someone who has some dispositions or some preferences for a certain like attraction towards a person, that attraction doesn't seem to like result in any offsprings or something. I think the meme comes in is like they should probably change their preferences if possible. But no, it's like a meme. It's like a meme position, but I think it's like really, it's like really, really funny to like argue against someone that like being gay is like immoral, based of like you're choosing to do like an action that doesn't seem to be generate more utility than than other actions than any other action. Because you brought up like yeah, like well, typically yeah, it's going to be some negative utility, but like most people or who are like in gay relationships are going to be there's going to be some utility in there, but I don't yeah.
Yeah, I feel
I
like
think
so it's like the thing is it's like um they exist and they're gay and they can't
yeah.
choose to not be gay, right? It's
Hmm.
similar to like I mean, I don't want to get like I don't want to get canceled on YouTube, but like uh it's like if you're like pedophiles don't choose to be pedophiles,
Oh
right?
yeah, sure.
Like um but the difference is that like being in a gay relationship doesn't necessarily decrease utility.
Yep.
And it has a slight increase of utility because they're
Hmm.
going into a partnership and they enjoy. Whereas with like pedophilia, like you're decreasing utility because you're causing suffering towards kids.
Yep.
Um, but it would be better if we had a perfect world. Nobody would be gay.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree. Let's go. Like if you well then I would just ask like if there's like some pill, some magical pill that like would change your preferences towards being straight. Do you think you have like some obligation to like forcefully give it to everyone else so everyone becomes straight again? Do you think that you think that's gonna be like an obligation?
that's an issue. That's a crazy. That's a wild question. Goodness.
I'm out here just giving you like some wild ass
Yeah.
questions.
Hell yeah, dude. Oh my gosh, that's wild.
I if you don't have like an answer or response,
I
that's fine.
don't.
Like you're
Yeah,
like drunk, so it's
I
all
have
cool.
to. Yeah, dude. I gotta think about that. Um, I would assume maybe yes, assuming there's no like straight extrinsic consequences.
Okay,
I gotta
okay.
think about that. I gotta think about that. Yeah. What's your answer? What's your answer? You're the sober one.
um, I have like I just thought about it for a second. I'm like, well, I mean, like if I think there's gonna be I guess the way I view it is something similar to like dysphoria. When someone has like gender dysphoria, like if there's like a pill and it like cures your dysphoria, like I think there's like no reason for you to not take it. I think it seems the like sure you have some identity over your like body for being this person, this exact person with these exact same characteristics or whatever. But like it seems like if you have like the pill and it will make you not have dysphoria anymore, I think there's no reason for you to have like the that you're like a trans let's say if someone let's say like Sally wants to fucking she's like trans and you give her this pill and this cures her dysphoria. Um Like, I don't think she has some like some other reason for her to like still be considered like a woman or something when it's like already her like her 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 what do you call it? All her dispositions are now fixed to the point where like she doesn't feel like aligned with the gender of the woman,
Mhm.
but now aligned with their actual biological sex. And I think that's how I view it for like someone who's gay. Like I think now that like you don't longer have this disposition to go against your like your the way that like you're born with and for producing like you're going for now like women are now yeah women. I think that would be really really good, but like I understand like the need of like keeping like not forcing people, because that seems to be like generally pattern in society, just to force upon something onto them. Like if so, like like either like you're violating some rule that generally is like utility maximizing, or like not forcing people having some form of bodily autonomy. It seems like super duper hard because either you can break the rule and there's going to be more people and there's going to be more sex, no, more sex, more offspring, or you can like keep it the same. It seems like I think you don't have. It seems weird, but like you should probably not do it, but it makes sense to do it. I don't know. It's like super duper. I'm like conflicted to like say yes, but it feels like there's gonna be some rules that you're just gonna break throughout the way, where like it's gonna be like people are gonna be really unsafe. You're just gonna force people to take this like pink little pill that will like make you not make you straight again or something. It just feels really bad, society speaking, just to force it upon people.
Exactly. What I would worry about. So it's like what I would worry about is like the relationships that would get ruined because of it. Um, and the suffering that
Hmm.
would cause because of that. That's my worry. But yeah, no,
Hmm.
like I like the point you made about like being trans and being able to take a pill to not experience the gender dysphoria. I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny because like I remember one time someone said no to the question, and I'm like, I mean, I understand having your own identity about being trans, and like if one day you were to become like somehow like no longer having this dysphoria and thus like not having this identity of being trans anymore. Um, like I understand like the idea or this like identity of yours, seems to be really valuable to you, but like I mean, it's pretty clear, like the whole reason, like why people like advocate for people like to transition or whatever is because of the suffering of it. So it just seems really weird to me, someone choosing not to. Um, but yeah, that just caught me off guard when someone said that to me once. But
Yeah, for sure. It seems like an easy question, especially for the trans issue, like gender identity. Seems like an easy answer. The
yeah.
only issue comes with like the extrinsic suffering. Yeah.
Mhm. Also, oh my god, wait. I guess one last question. It's not gonna be too difficult. Well, semi difficult. Like I guess would you be hmm, how would you answer like if someone were to ask you simply, okay, well, it seems like when we protect, we have like a lot of for people to buy certain like vegetables or whatever, farmers have to use some methods of like keeping animals out from destroying the let's say corn or something, because a lot of animals like corn and they would try to take away the seeds or eat away at the corn, and farmers have to use some methods of like keeping them out and usually results in these wild animals dying. Do you think that it is good that these animals are dying, or do you think it's justified, and so, or like if so, why? Yeah, I'm just curious of like what your response would be to that question, because I usually hear that a lot when it comes to like conversations about veganism, where a lot of like a carnist usually brings up the idea of like, well, your food is made by but virtue of like someone killing them to protect your food or something. Um, so there's not much of a difference between it, but that's what
Sure.
they
Yeah.
usually say.
Sure. So what I care about is the maximization of well-being, right? So, um,
Mhm.
if killing the animal to protect the crops is necessary to not slaughter billions of animals in factory farming, then I think it's probably justified. That being said, I think we should probably find ways to not have to do that. Maybe keep
Mhm.
animals out of the crop land. Um, but yeah, if it's required to kill the animal to save the crops, and the crops eating the crops causes less suffering than the suffering caused in factory farming, then of course, yeah, it's justified.
Mhm. Yeah. Like I think like even you can like bring up like the well, it seems like reducing existential risk when it comes to like factory farming and the how it affects the environment. It's not going to be the case of like killing few animals, wild animals, to protect these sorts of like vegetables or fields of like fruits and stuff. It's not going to like cause too much or not going to contribute too much to the climate. So like it's probably going to be more a better alternative than like having this thing where it's contributing to a lot. And then you can even bring up like yeah, like kind of like this where like yeah, some actions are going to be necessary for like well-being. That's the case like yeah, like you brought up it's the case like if you're concerned for that then people like the amount of like food and like a cow has to consume, right? You have to buy you have to have like a lot of fucking um like I forgot like a lot of wheat, a lot of I don't know what the cows diets are usually, but like you
Yeah,
if yeah like technically like if a carn is really concerned for like some few animals being killed in the wild to protect their food, well seems like purchasing like cows or whatever because they take a lot of food in, so they had to buy a lot of fucking land and more animals being killed in the wild to protect that land just to those this cow to get fucking slaughtered eventually. So it seems like they're doing more harm, more deaths of like these animals, just to for them to eat, just for the cow to be slaughtered. So it's there's like more hands, no more dead people, more animals, dead within like just still maintaining factory farming versus like just like you know going vegan or something. So it's just like you can bring up that approach where like yeah, I'm doing like the least harm compared to you guys.
yeah.
Um,
It's basically it like most ethical problems. It pretty much just goes back to the trolley problem, right? It's
let's
like
go.
yeah, killing one animal to save five is a good thing.
Yeah, 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 that's true. Oh, I was about to mention. Holy shit. What are your plans this week? What are your plans this week?
My plans this week.
Yeah.
Um, well, I was gonna go out this weekend, but probably not now because I spent too much money. So I won't go out this week. And then I mean it's the weekend, so I'll probably just my brother, it's his birthday tomorrow, so I'll go over to my
Oh
parents'
shit.
house and
Hmm.
we're gonna have a little, I don't know, watch a movie or something, uh and then Sunday I have a chat with Benny on my YouTube.
Who's
Um,
Benny?
Benny Malone, is that his last name? Benny Malone.
I'm alone.
Anyways, he kind of so he has a book called Arguing with Vegans. And he kind of he actually is a vegan, but
Oh,
he
interesting.
yeah, so but he kind of sort of he got on my radar when he was arguing with the nutrivore about bivalves. So he thinks that we should not eat bivalves. Um
What is Bible? Sorry. I'm not.
Like oysters and clams.
Oh, is it like that they like maybe they have sentience or whatever?
Yeah, he thinks that they're sentient, because of their
Mm,
ganglia. So, but yeah, I'm
mm,
talking with him on Sunday, um,
that's
and
nice.
then
I'll keep.
I go back to work on Monday. So
Okay, okay. Well, happy early birthday to your brother, and
yeah,
as well like holy shit, like I'm actually gonna be down. Like if you said it's gonna happen this Sunday with Ben.
yeah, with
Oh
Benny.
shit.
Yeah, I can even see. Hold on, what time is it?
I would try to like
On
promote that.
what? Yeah, what time? So
Hmm.
I'm in. So it starts 9 a.m. Mountain Time. So I'm in Utah. So 9 a.m. Mountain Time Sunday.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sunday 9 a.m. Yeah, I'll definitely check
Yeah.
it out. I'll promote it as well. I don't know this conversation, but like the if like this thing is like sentient or not, like because isn't there still like a debate about like lobsters or whatever being sentient or not? Because I remember that.
What was it like? What about lobsters? Like,
Oh, I said like whether like lobsters are like sentient or not.
yeah, there is some debate, and I'm sort of agnostic on it. I lean towards that they are simply just because like a bunch of scientists have come together and claimed that they are, but I don't. Here's the thing. I don't understand their reasoning behind it. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't understand why they claim that they're sentient, but they claim that they are. So I just say, okay, sure.
I just
But
feel
they,
like on the
yeah,
safe side.
they don't have a brain, so it's like I'm really confused by it. Yeah,
No, yeah, like those are because that's kind of like the questions where it kind of get like stumbled on. Where I'm like, okay, well then I have like a different view of like what sentience is. Like I usually typically can infer like a person is sentient due to the fact that like we have the same structure in our brain. We have like a prefrontal cortex and whatnot, and I'm probably confident like this person's sentient or not. So like it's
yeah,
super hard to like somehow conceptualize like an animal without a brain or something somehow experiencing shit.
yeah, yeah. I don't get it, but I guess that's what they say. So I'm like, I guess. But anyways,
Yeah.
Anna's back, so we're adding Anna again.
But yeah, I will talk to you guys later. Bye Anna. Bye Aaron. Bye.
Yep. What's
Uh,
up?
hey, can you hear me okay?
I can. I
Oh
can.
yeah,
I saw you. Is there a delay going on?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Well, I saw your question. Let's see. So I just disagree with the claim that we have an obligation to increase utility. So why do you think that? Why should we
Yeah,
just yeah.
what would you say that well, Peter Singer has the example of the child drowning, and then you can either walk past or go in and save the child. Do you Would you say we have an obligation to save the child?
Yeah, that's a good question because yes. But then again, uh we're in that situation all the time.
We are, yeah.
Yeah. Every choice we make is that situation. Um yeah, Alex O'Connor did like made a really cool video about it where he talked about like the response where like you're going to the bank because they're taking all of your assets, um, and they're taking like $200 every 5 minutes, and it takes you exactly 5 minutes to save a drowning child. And as you're going to the bank, they have tons of drowning children. Uh, it's like, well, you should save at least a couple of them, but eventually you're going to need to go to the bank to sign the paper to make sure your assets aren't all taken away. Um, so we have an obligation in the sense that we should save at least uh, as many as we can, but eventually, um, yeah, we need to sign the paper. That's an interesting question. Okay, yeah. So then
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
I remember that video pretty clearly, like pretty vividly. Well, and at the time, like I did adopt that position that like you have an obligation to save some of the kids. But I guess it's kind of like it's going to be kind of an arbitrary line about uh, how many you're obligated to save, and then like, are you also obligated to have children, assuming that would increase utility? Because then it could easily lead to the position that not having children is immoral. And I just, that seems absurd to me.
Interesting. Yeah, I think actually I hold the position that if you're able to have kids, and able to take, give, because not everyone is able to like give a fulfilling life to kids, right? But if you're able to give a fulfilling life to kids, I think you ought to have kids. I hold that position. Yeah.
You think that would increase utility more than adopting a kid?
I think, yeah, well, I think both things are good. Um, do it would it increase more than adopting? I don't know. I don't know. Adopting kids definitely increases utility. Having kids increases utility. I don't know which one increases more.
Yeah, I guess if you adopt a kid, you're most likely taking a child that would have spent their whole life not being vegan, and you can raise them vegan. And at least while you're raising them, they're guaranteed to be vegan, and hopefully they continue that into adulthood.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're vegan, and you have children. Well, I guess hold it. I mean, yeah. I guess if you're adopting a kid, um, if if you otherwise wouldn't have adopted them, they would have gone to a carnist family.
Yeah,
Yeah. So I guess, yeah, it'd probably be better to adopt. Um, but at the same time, having children still increases utility. So maybe you can do both, I think.
you could.
Yeah.
Uh, I guess adopting a kid doesn't have the you're not adding any more crop deaths. In fact, if you're taking an otherwise carnist child and raising them vegan, you're going to be reducing crop deaths.
Yeah. Although I don't know if it's necessarily clear that crop deaths are a bad thing. They might be, but crop deaths could be a good thing, as um wild land could be causing more suffering than the cropland would be.
Oh, that that's definitely true. That's like one of the only benefits of factory farming, that it gets rid of wildlife.
Yeah, yeah, essentially. Although I don't know if that's just something I've heard. I don't know if it's necessarily true if wildlife has more suffering on it than crop life. I'm actually not positive if that's the case, but it could be.
It would be interesting if someone tried to argue that factory farming actually is a net positive, because destroying the wildlife, it
Yeah, yeah, like a utilitarian perspective where it's like the suffering of the wild is so much greater than the suffering of factory farming that this displacing the wildlife with factory farming in such a fast and crazy way that it's actually moral. Yeah,
yeah,
that's it.
exactly.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. Oh my gosh. So speaking of like moral farming, what would be like an ethical farm in your view?
Well, I don't believe it's possible, but it would just be like that anime, The Promised Neverland.
I haven't seen it.
It's it's like all these humans are these children are farmed in a way that they don't actually know that anyone is being killed for meat, and there's no suffering involved at all. So that would be an ethical farm.
I need to watch this. This is like the vegan show, The Promised Neverland. Where can I? Is it on Hulu or where is it on? Is it on Crunchyroll
It's
or
on Netflix.
it's on Netflix? You know, I recently canceled my Netflix. I gotta resubscribe.
Um, oh, but a lot of vegans who are not utilitarian like that show, because to them, well, I guess the message of the show was essentially that farming humans would be bad even if it caused no suffering, and they then apply that to non-humans and say that it would still be bad even if there was no suffering. Um, which, if that convinces people, that's good, but I I would just disagree.
Yeah. So in The Promised Neverland, do they is their well being increased? Like, are they living happy lives?
Yeah, I the fact that they were farmed increased their well-being.
Oh, then based. Yeah, that's an awesome farm.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't have any issue with that. Easy.
they
Yeah,
do. Well, like the point of the show is that eventually it does start causing like mass amounts of suffering. But at the beginning, it was pretty good. It was based. There was no suffering.
gotcha. Yeah, I often make the point that it's like if an alien species came down and started farming us, but our but our well-being was increased. Like they gave us some pleasure drugs, or they put us into some matrix that like was better than this life now. Then that would be a good thing.
Yeah, or like we were plugged into an experience machine, and like we were totally unaware that us and everyone we loved was being killed.
Yeah, yeah, I think it'd be awesome. It'd be great. And that's why again that's why I'm a utilitarian and not like a deontologist because I care about well-being and suffering over rights. Rights are only instrumental.
Yeah, yeah, I I would agree. Oh, what was your view when you were pro-life? Like, why were you pro-life? Was it like a rights-based approach?
Yeah, I mean, so I grew up, religious, so it was kind of already kind of ingrained into my mind. But my position was basically like, we value human life, um, and even if human life doesn't begin at conception, it eventually begins, and like by disrupting that process, uh, that's immoral because we're just. It also came from this idea that I grew up Mormon, so I viewed that like the earth was this place where like it was part of this like God's plan where we need to come to earth so we can experience go through the earth's experience, and then make certain temple covenants and things like this so we can eventually receive like eternal life. Uh, so it was a very like a religious sort of position,
That
which
that makes
yeah,
sense.
and I think that's why a lot of people, a lot of pro lifers are religious because the value comes from not from like sentience or from like experience, but from uh, the like actualization of the soul, you know, coming to Christ or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's I I guess that it's just kind of like arbitrary that the like an egg or a sperm cell would have the potential for life, um, but that doesn't have value. But yet the a fertilized egg does, even, and it also has potential.
Yeah, well, so the issue, I mean, I'm arguing as a religious person now. The issue would be that like humans can become as God is, at least from the Mormon like doctrine. Humans can become as God is, where animals can't. Like, yeah, so that would be like the issue. Like, so the ultimate, so like with utilitarianism, like the ultimate goal is maximizing well-being. The ultimate goal with like within Mormonism is to receive eternal life, eternal meaning God, to become essentially another God. It would be, and animals don't have that where humans do. So that's why you would value human life over animal life.
Oh well, what I meant was like a human egg cell. Um, it might be considered disrupting the process of creating human life to stop having sex uh, before conception happens.
Gotcha. Yeah. It gets yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. It's like um yeah, there's a lot of different like lines that you can like draw where it's like is this restricting life? Yeah. Like someone asks you on a date and you're not really interested, but you're trying to be nice and you agreed to go on it. Like is that in some way um yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean.
But well, I actually I've I'm in the I went to middle school in the deep south. I went to a Catholic school, so I remember being very pro life. There were some free thinkers in my class who would they would write their papers like it was like contrary to Catholic teaching, but I wasn't like that at all. I would just go with exactly what the Catholic teaching was.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Um, no, I was actually scared to move away from the Mormon teachings. Like, um, I remember like being in church, like thinking like, what if this is all just fake, and just being scared of that thought, uh, like that was it was a sin to think that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, I guess religion does that. Like they condemn you for your thoughts, so you feel guilty for even questioning it.
Yeah, and what started moving me away is like criticism in a spiritual context. So the power of now from like Eckhart Tolle was a huge influence in like in my deconversion of religion. Because it was more about having a personal relationship with spirituality rather than like uh having to listen to like some sort of prophet or like some uh some objective guide. You could find like spiritual truth individually. And then eventually I became an atheist, but yeah.
Hmm. When did you become an atheist?
So I became an atheist. So I left Mormonism and and did the whole like spiritual non-religious sort of thing. Um, and then I had a sort of like a mental breakdown and had like a hard time, and went back to Mormonism for a good year or two. Um, and then I started becoming skeptical. Um, I started becoming the thing that made me skeptical was the whole like God works in mysterious ways, which means that like you can basically say that anything was part of God's plan. Like anything can happen. You can just say like, oh, that's because of God. Um, and then that led me to like Sam Harris and like the end of faith, where it's like okay, there's some issues with faith and they can lead to really like disgusting conclusions. Um, yeah, and then eventually that led me to like Peter Boghossian, like arguing with oh, what's his book? The Street Epistemology. But yeah, Peter Boghossian. Yeah, I basically got led to a bunch of different like atheist thinkers, and uh, yeah, became atheist. Yeah, my big issue is faith, is essentially yeah, believing things
Yeah.
without evidence. Yeah.
Oh yeah. After a certain point, I stopped. Um, I realized it was silly to believe something without evidence. So I became an atheist. I was in like my early teens. Oh, but I never I never had to. My my family never really. They're not devout enough to care. They're not really religious. But were you shunned by any family members when you left the church?
Uh, Not in any serious way. I mean, like whenever I go over to like my parents' place, they sometimes they'll make things awkward. They'll like um yeah, they'll like encourage me to like to read the Bible or something. Yeah, but nothing in a serious way. Like I'm still close with all my friends and um all that jazz. So I've been very lucky. I know a lot of people don't have that same experience.
Yeah. Um, oh, and were you what did they teach you about race growing up Mormon?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. So there's the yeah, more that's it's very Mormonism is infamous for the whole like Mark of Cain and the Lamanites and
Oh
um
yeah.
honestly, I wasn't taught a whole like I remember hearing that like I hearing about the Lamanites and like um they had like the curse of Cain and they were given a dark skin. Um and that's about as far as it went. Like I don't think there's a whole lot of like racist teachings. Brigham Young, though, like one of the prophets, back in the olden days, was very racist. A couple of our prophets were very racist, and in fact, we couldn't. Blacks weren't allowed to have the priesthood until 1980s or 19 1970. Here, let's look it up.
It
But
was,
yeah,
I think it was 1978.
um,
You know, I was a big fan of the Book of Mormon musical, so I remember that there's a line in one of the songs about how in 1978 God changed
God
his mind about
changed
black
his mind
people.
about black people. Yeah, I like that musical. In fact, so I actually gave sort of embarrassing but kind of funny. I in Salt Lake City. That's where I'm from. I'm from Salt Lake. Um, they came and they did a they performed and all that jazz, and I went backstage and I gave the cast Book of Mormons. So
You what did you
I
cast?
gave the cast of the Book of Mormon musical Book of Mormons. Yeah,
Wow, that's pretty
amazing,
funny.
amazing. Yeah, it was 1978. Yeah, yeah.
You know, in
That is part of the musical.
yeah, I was gonna say it makes sense you're from Utah. You are Mormon. I mean, well, ex-Mormon.
Yeah, yeah. Utah is the Mormon capital of the world.
Yep. Oh, but you know, New Orleans, where I live, that's one of the most Catholic cities in the country.
Yeah, so it makes sense that you're Catholic.
Yeah,
Nice. Yeah, Mormons and Catholics. I mean, they're sort of similar in that like a lot of Christians don't claim us as Christians, or I guess not us anymore because we're not Mormon or Catholic. But um, yeah, we're kind of like a particular set of Christianity, which is
yeah.
interesting. Do you have a lot of like? So do you have like a lot of Catholic friends then?
Um, I not really. Uh, Funnily enough, I have one friend who's Catholic, but she doesn't talk about it very much. And well, she'll talk about it when abortion comes up, but that's about it.
Interesting. Yeah, I would say the majority of my friends are Mormon. Yeah, which is kind of
Really?
yeah. The majority of my friends are Mormon. It's hard to not make friends with someone here in Utah that's not Mormon. Um, yeah, it's pretty heavy Mormon here.
Have you ever asked them about the Mark of Cain?
You know, I haven't. That's not been like a conversation I've brought up. I should bring that up. Yeah,
Uh,
I'm gonna do that. Yeah, yeah.
but growing up, there were never any like, did they ever preach against interracial relationships?
No, at least not in my like neighborhood. I never heard anyone preaching against interracial relationships.
Oh, what
Um,
about like same-sex relationships?
1,000% yes. Yeah, I mean it's viewed as a sin, right? Like,
Right,
um, the position of the Mormon Church is just basically like you can be gay but don't act on it.
right.
Yeah,
Kind of like my
it's
stance on pedophiles.
exactly yeah, yeah. It's like yeah, it's the same stance as pedophilia. It's like yeah, yeah. It's yeah, which causes a ton of suffering because there's a lot of Mormons who just pretend to not be gay and then they suffer.
Yeah,
And yeah. And then all of a sudden they come out as gay and they just go crazy and have unprotected sex over, here and there and don't be safe about it and because they didn't learn they weren't taught how to actually be, safe about it. It's crazy.
it is. Did you ever come out to your family?
They mm, not really. I mean, I was sort of lucky where I kind of just sort of acting. I don't know. Like I never had to like make this speech like, "Hey, I'm bi." Like it was sort of just, "Oh, Jerem's bi now." Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah,
And
I've
they,
been very lucky. Yeah.
yeah,
And my friends too, like they've all been like supportive. I've again, like I can't emphasize this enough. I've been extremely lucky to have friends and family that have been super supportive of me, despite disagreements. The only thing that's been the only thing that they weren't supportive of, they kind of so they're kind of supportive of it now. But when I started, it was veganism. That was the thing that they weren't supportive of. That was the thing that was the hardest to. I mean, it was easy because I had like the ethical goal in mind, right? But uh, there was a lot more pushback with veganism than there was with being bi or being ex-Mormon, which is crazy.
yeah. Well, I remember like when I first went vegan. Like there are some people, like other atheists, other ex-Christians that I knew growing up who they 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 weren't really accepting. They kind of like made fun of me for it. And I guess I realized that like they're not as open-minded as they think they are, because they left religion.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like a lot of us aren't as open-minded as we think we are. But
Yeah,
yeah, there's this yeah. I for sure I get it. Yeah, it's like just because you left something doesn't mean that you all of a sudden like this big open-minded person. Yeah. What do you do for fun, Anna?
like I listen to a lot of music. Um, I'm
Yeah, I guess we talked about that. Yeah, Paramore.
yeah, I've been listening to Paramore for like 5 years now, half a
Um,
decade.
I
They're
get I
probably my favorite band.
They're awesome. I get their like their a bunch of like my TikTok is just full of live Paramore videos.
Nice.
And she
Um,
like Haley has such a cool voice, and like the band is just so tight. Yeah, they're a really good band, and yeah, Haley's really cool.
yeah. I got to see them live for my 16th birthday with my dad. That was one of the best days of my life. It was amazing.
I haven't seen them live yet. I need to see them live. I would love to. When are they coming to? Are they on tour right now? Let's see. I know they just finished the tour. Are they? Let's see.
I think I think their like North American tour has really just only gotten started.
Let's see. So Paramore SLC. They're playing at the Delta Center on July 27th. Find tickets. Oh gosh, $300 for a ticket.
Ooh,
I don't, I
oh
don't, I don't
no.
have, I don't have $300. Let's see if I get like the grass seats, like the bad seats, I can spend $100. Wait, there's $55, but is it really worth it to be way in the back? Uh, Did I just save up 300? Maybe I'll try. Oh gosh. I'll look for tickets. I'll look for tickets. I'll try and find some.
Do
Let's
you
see.
go to,
What was that?
oh, I was gonna ask, do you go to a lot of concerts?
Not recently. I used to go to a ton of concerts. But recently I haven't been going to concerts, which is a shame. Um, so I used to go to a ton of concerts at there's a venue here in Salt Lake called Kilby Court. Um, do you know the Backseat Lovers? The
No, I
band.
don't.
You would like them. They're really good. But they have a song called "Kilby Girl," and "Kilby Girl" is about Kilby Court, a girl they met at Kilby Court. Um, but yeah, so Kilby Court has a lot of really fun uh, shows, and I used to go there all the time. Every summer they do this thing called the Kilby Block Party, and they recently just did it. And the Strokes came, so the Strokes came and they headlined the Kilby Block Party. Uh, but I wasn't able to go this year, which is kind of a shame. Um, but yeah,
Oh,
I used to go to a ton of shows, especially when I was playing in bands. Um, I would go to shows, but yeah, these days I don't go to a ton of shows, it's a shame. I need to.
yeah, actually, I do know Kilby Girl. I've heard that song a few times, like quite a few times now.
Yeah, it's about Kilby Court here in Salt Lake City. And
Nice.
in fact, I um the the lead singer, what's his name? The lead singer of but the Backseat Lovers actually came to one of my shows. Um, and basically, so when they were getting their start, we were getting our start in my old band, Liddy Scythe. But then we broke up, and they continued and became big. But so we kind of played the same venues in uh, the same areas. Yeah, we were kind of in the same, uh, yeah, the same situation, I guess. Yeah,
That
so yeah, the Backseat Lovers, local to my area.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Do you, are you in a band now?
No, not really. I tried starting a band with my buddy in Payson, but Payson is like an hour away. So I was driving to band practice, but I'm so poor that I can't afford to drive an hour away every week. You know, the gas money. So it kind of fell apart. Um, but I want to start another band and play shows again. I think that'd be really sick.
Oh, yeah, it would be.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it'd be so fun. I miss it. I really do. It's a lot of fun playing shows. Um,
Did you? Oh, did you write? Did they help you write, or did you do it alone?
uh, I mean, I wrote. So when I first started, I played a lot just solo, and what I would do is I would hire, um, like I would hire my band. Um, uh, and I wrote everything when I did that, and then when I joined this band Liddy Scythe, I wrote the songs like the melody and the lyrics and the chord structure. But I didn't write like the drums and like the drummer wrote the drums, the guitarist wrote the guitar part, et cetera, et cetera. Um, so it was kind of like a co-writing sort of situation. Like I would come with the song and then they would write their parts.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
yeah. Um, But these days, where I'm sort of writing these songs and like putting them on Spotify or whatever. These like sort of rough in my bedroom recording songs. Um, I've been thinking about like maybe I could play shows and just have like a backing track. Like I just go up there with a microphone or with a piano, um, and then just play to the drums and the bass and all that jazz that I recorded previously. That could be fun. I could do that maybe.
That would be fun. Well, do you have a venue you could perform at?
Yeah, I mean, I could email Kilby. I could play at Kilby.
Nice.
Yeah, I should do that. And of course, there's like open mics. Like there's an open mic tomorrow. I might go and play at. So, um, yeah, open mics are always available. And you said that you don't play any instruments, but would you like ever want to play an instrument?
I would. I I used to play the flute,
The
but
flute, yeah.
yeah, I'd rather play a non-woodwind instrument.
Yeah,
Um,
well, if you could play any instrument, what instrument would you learn?
um,
When you're watching Paramore live, what instrument grabs your attention?
oh yeah, just what is it like? The guitar.
The guitar? Did you'd like to shred?
Yeah, I want to shred.
Dude, hell yeah. The guitar is sick. Dude, do you get yourself a guitar? They're not that and they're kind of expensive, but like you can get one for like you can get so like this guitar here that I have that I've all of my songs are recorded on this guitar. I got it for like $150.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's not crazy bad. You can get a fairly decent guitar for like $150. Get an amplifier for a good $100. So 250, you're set up.
What is an apple fire?
Oh, so it's like so this is an electric guitar, right? And if I play something, you can barely hear it.
Yeah, I can't
Yeah,
hear it at all.
yeah. See, the amplifier just makes it louder. It makes it you can actually hear
Oh,
it. Where it's
an
where it's like
amplifier, yeah.
yeah, yeah. So it's like with an acoustic guitar, it's like it's amplified acoustically. It's like an acoustic piano. Yeah, basically an acoustic piano versus an electric piano kind of thing. Um, where the electric piano only makes noise because it has speakers. The amplifier is a speaker for the guitar. So unless you wanted to play like Jack Johnson type stuff, you could get an acoustic.
Yeah, um, that that sounds nice. I like acoustic guitars.
Yeah,
You know,
honestly, I feel like they're harder to play, like because like electric guitars, it's easier to push down the frets, to push down the notes on the frets. Where with like acoustic guitars, it's a lot harder. Like the strings are stiffer. Um, so I feel like electric's easier to play, but acoustic it has a different sound to it, and a lot of people prefer that sound.
when
But
did you
you,
start uh, when did you start learning the guitar?
um, I mean, to tell you the truth, I still haven't learned the guitar. I'm still kind of just trying to figure it out. But so my dad plays guitar, so there was always guitars in the house. So I was would always like there was always a guitar available to fiddle around with and to kind of play around with. Um, so yeah, so kind of always I've been playing around with guitar, but I didn't. I feel like I'm better at piano than I am at guitar. Like I grew to like the piano more. I felt more comfortable with it. I kind of plateaued with guitar a little bit. I kind of just yeah, but so yeah, I would say my whole life I've been at least dabbling with guitar.
Nice.
I would
Yeah,
say
you
I started learning probably when I was maybe like 11 or 12. I started learning a lot more, because that's when I really got into like um, when I started getting into Green Day is when I started playing guitar more because I realized I could play Green Day songs because their songs are really easy to play.
Oh yeah. I've heard that it's just a lot of power chords.
Yeah, it's all of their songs are power chords. And they're like yeah, it's which is great because you can play along with their songs and their songs are catchy, so you can play along to them and sing them, and their songs are easy to sing too. So they're just really easy sing along songs that you can play to. Yeah,
Yeah.
Green Day is great.
Green Day was one of the first bands I ever got into, like along with Paramore.
Based. What's your favorite Green Day album?
Oh, well, it's very predictable, but it's got to be American Idiot.
That's a good one. It's not my favorite.
What is it? What is yours, Dookie?
Dookie, yeah.
Of course. Yeah, that's a good choice.
Although the most so Dookie's the best one. The most underrated one is Nimrod. Nimrod is fantastic.
Mhm. I think Warning is even more um like underrated, and I think it's much better than Nimrod.
Warning is good. Wait, is Macy's Day Parade on Warning?
It is.
That's a good song. Um, yeah, Warning is good. I like Warning. That's true. Honestly, Warning might be the one that's most. Yeah, that might be it.
Yeah,
Um,
oh, I was looking at the Green Day subreddit the other day, and I saw that every time someone mentions that Warning is an underrated album, they have like a bot will come in and will respond and say that it has been 0 days since uh yeah, since someone last mentioned that Warning was underrated.
gosh, here, I think I might have left the oven on. One sec. We're good. I had a panic attack for a second there. I was like, the oven. But we're chilling.
Yeah.
I'm so bad with that. I'm surprised that my apartment hasn't been set on fire. Like I'll put food in the oven and just leave it in there and then fall asleep or go off and do something and then I come back to burnt food.
Uh, that's not good.
Nah, dude. Yeah, we're gonna burn this whole apartment building down. My roommates have
Oh,
saved my life countless times. They're like, "Hey, we noticed that there was food in the oven. We turned it off." It's like, "Thank you, Jesus."
yeah. Um, that's good.
Yeah, dude. I maybe I have like ADHD or something. I don't know, but
Oh yeah. Would you consider Du- Dookie to be like a punk album, or is it like pop punk?
I don't know. I mean, like their older albums are definitely punk. I would say like Kerplunk is definitely punk. Um, well, I don't know. Hold on. Kerplunk might even be pop punk. What do we mean by pop punk? I mean, so like Black Flag definitely isn't pop punk. Um, no, you know what? I'm gonna say they're pop punk. Yeah, no, it's pop punk.
Hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I've never listened to Black Flag. Oh, they're coming to they're they're performing at my city.
Dude, go see Black Flag. They're. I haven't seen them either, but they're a riot. Like I've seen like watch YouTube like live YouTube videos of Black Flag, and they're full on punk.
Huh.
They're
Yeah,
wild.
they've been releasing music since the 80s, the early 80s.
Yeah, they're pretty wild. They'd have like yeah they're like your classic like punk like they're punk yeah. And
Yeah.
what's his name, the lead guy, he's really interesting. Um, he's a good talker. Like it's nice to listen to him talk. I remember watching him on like the Joe Rogan Experience, and it was a really good podcast because like he could just talk about anything, and he's really good at talking.
Huh. Yeah. You and Roxy are like that. Like you're you could just talk about anything.
Dang, I can even poop.
Yeah, I'm sure you could.
Dang, well, I appreciate it. I feel like that's not true. I feel like I can't talk about anything, but um, yeah, I appreciate it. I wish I could. I wish I could. So you don't like to drink?
No. Um, I guess. Well, you mentioned earlier that some some people will drink and they'll just get tired. I'm
Yeah.
like that. Um, I can't remember a time where I drank and I didn't fall asleep after.
Dang. Yeah. No, I'm the opposite. Like I'm usually in like I can if I'm not and that way I'm not drinking, I'm in bed by 11 and it's 12:43 and I'm wide awake. I could uh spend another 5 hours um awake right now. You know what I think it so like what I th- actually never mind. I was going to say what I think why I think this happens, why I think I get so energized, but then I actually don't have an answer. I don't know why.
Well, okay. Uh,
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea.
yeah, I wonder what I'd be like high. It would, I might have more fun being high than I would with being drunk.
Have you ever been high before?
N- No, no, I haven't. Like I've smoked before, but I didn't drink much. I I didn't smoke much. I didn't smoke enough to get high.
Gotcha, just like a little buzz or something. Yeah, I'd recommend it. Like, but don't. Okay, so this is what I recommend because um, yeah, do it on a day where you don't have to do anything. Like, do it on a weekend. You're just gonna chill out. Um, you don't have to go anywhere. Just you and a couple friends just hang out. Um, yeah, because if you have to do something, you're gonna get freaked out. I think.
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't want to get high before something important.
Exactly. But dude, when I get high, I don't like to get high because it's like it basically turns off my ability to think about anything. Like to have like like even a basic conversation like we're having right now, like I wouldn't be able to do this high. Um, it yeah, it just shuts off my brain. I don't know how to talk or how to like think or how to do any of that jazz.
Huh? But you can do it pretty well drunk.
I can
Uh,
at least pretend to. Yeah. Yeah,
yeah.
like I think in some ways it actually helps me drunk a little bit because I have like the confidence where it's like normally I would be like a little bit anxious about saying stuff. Um Whereas like drunk it like tears down some sort of like anxiety and stuff like that where I could speak more freely.
Yeah, that is something that makes me tempted to drink again. That I'd feel like less inhibited. I'd be more confident.
Yeah. Well, if I'm ever in New Orleans, we can have a few drinks.
Yeah, yeah. Or if I'm in or I don't think you're in the capital, Salt Lake City, but you're in Utah.
I'm pretty close to Salt Lake City. That's where I grew up. I'm just barely outside of. Well, technically I'm in North Salt Lake, but um, yeah, I'm fairly close to the capital.
Have you lived there your whole life?
Hmm.
Nice.
Yep, born and raised here in Salt Lake. It's actually a really gnarly spot. I highly recommend it. Like the Spine of the Mormons, it's actually a really cool place. The the biggest negative, and it might not even be a negative if you like to snowboard and ski, but the snow, it's too cold. I don't like the cold. Um, and it's a pain to drive in. But yeah, like especially during the summer months in Utah, it's amazing. Spring, summer, fall, a lot of really awesome hikes, a lot of awesome rock climbing. We're close to Yellowstone. We're close. We got Zines, we got Moab, we got all these really cool national parks. Um, we're like, if you want to go to California, go to LA. It's like an hour flight, or you can drive there in like 11 hours. So like you can do like a weekend road trip. Um, yeah, it's a really cool spot. And the city itself is pretty clean, but it's also like a big enough city where like stuff is happening. So like right now we have Pride going on, so we have all sorts of different we have a pretty good nightlife going on right now. It's a good spot. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It sounds like a cool spot. Um, I mean, it's a big city, so it it's not going to be like conservative.
Yeah, I mean Utah itself is conservative, but Salt Lake City is pretty liberal. We have like a liberal mayor and everything. So Salt Lake City was actually one of the first cities to legalize gay marriage in the nation.
What you mean, Salt Lake? Just Salt Lake City, the city?
Yeah, we so Salt Lake City, the city
Oh,
legalized gay marriage before the state did. Yeah.
huh, nice. Um, that's cool. I don't. Yeah, see, New Orleans is it's progressive, just like the other big cities like Baton Rouge. Um, but yeah, like this, like at one up until like 2003, Louisiana still had sodomy laws, including New Orleans. So it it's not very progressive.
Yeah, the South seems to be a little bit whack in that sort of area, for sure.
Yeah,
If
I was.
so, if you could move, so if you could live anywhere in the nation, where would you live? Stay? Would you stay in like Louisiana, or uh, yeah, would you like to move, or where would you like to go?
Well, I want to stay here because my life is here, like all my friends and my family. But if I can move that with me, then I think I would want to move to California. Maybe like LA or San Francisco.
Same. Yeah, I was actually looking at like apartments for rent in Santa Monica. I think that'd be awesome. I love
Yeah.
California.
Oh yeah. Me too.
You got the beach, you got the city. It's a vibe. I love, and it's always warm, amazing. Like every time I'm in like this is how I know I like California. Like whenever I go on vacation to any other state, I spend a week there, maybe 2 weeks, and eventually I'm like, all right, I want to go back to Salt Lake. But I go to California and I'm like, yeah, I could stay here forever. Like there's never a point where it's like I need to leave this place. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Um, I felt like that when I went to Alabama, which isn't even, well, I was by the beach, so it was a very nice spot. And I I just wanted to stay there. I didn't want to go back.
Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever like experienced Alabama. Maybe I should try it.
It, I mean, you can find beaches in California too. They're probably nicer there.
You know, I've never been to Florida, but I hear the beaches in Florida are even better than California.
Ooh, I love Florida. I've been a few times. Um, I'm hoping I can visit Florida soon. I have a cousin. She lives in Cyprus, so very far away, in Europe. But now she's in Florida for college, so I'm hoping I can go there to visit her.
Oh, for sure, yeah, go visit her for sure. Florida's a lot is a lot closer than Europe is, so
Yeah. Um,
look, you have an obligation to do it.
I yeah, I think I do. Yeah, she was very keen to go to college in America, and well, I can see why. I mean, she chose a really nice spot. She chose Florida.
Beaches and sunshine, the Sunshine State. She's hanging out with Ron DeSantis, Ron the Sanctimonious.
Yeah, she is.
How do you think he'll do in the election? Do you think he'll have any chance against Trump?
Oh, um, I don't know. I think for the primaries, he he probably will beat out Trump.
I think Trump's gonna walk all over him.
Okay.
Yeah, because the Republican Party doesn't care about policy; they care about who's gonna destroy the libs, and Trump's that guy. Yeah, because like the obvious, like Ron DeSantis is the obvious choice. Like he's Trump without all the baggage, but the Republican Party likes the baggage. They like the the crazy character, the one that's gonna yeah. They Trump's their guy, which is sad, but it's true.
Huh.
Yeah, which
Yeah.
is kind of crazy because I originally predicted like early on I predicted that Ron DeSantis was gonna win. I predicted Ron DeSantis would be president, but now it's looking like that's probably not the case. I think Joe Biden's probably gonna win re-election, which is actually a good thing because I'd rather have Joe Biden than Trump or DeSantis.
I I would too. Oh, something that I think more people should do is, well, obviously look at policy, but more specifically look at like animal rights policies.
Oh, 1,000%, yeah. And also that's something I haven't done. I need to do that at least like locally. Um, I did see that Marianne Williamson is like against factory farming, which is based.
Very based.
Yeah, so I'm very like just that alone makes me like support Marianne Williamson. So that's who I'm voting for. Um,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
at least in the
I think
primary. Yeah,
yeah, it it probably is just like a good idea to be what do they call it? Like a one policy voter, like a one policy voter for animal rights.
yeah. I mean, if I was a one policy voter, that would be it,
Yeah,
dude. Yeah, 1000%, dude. So if we can, so I gotta find out. So I guess like the local issue. So there we have an amusement park called Lagoon. Um, and Lagoon has a zoo, and it's the second largest zoo in Utah, and it's just it's such a bad zoo. It's like factory farming type zoo. It's like these small cages. The animals can't even turn around. They're fed like terrible diets, and like um. But Lagoon is like it's such a huge amusement park. It's like it's like you can afford to rehome these animals, or it's like make your zoo like actually like a livable situation, but like you're refusing to do that. So if there is like some legislation that uh I need to look up legislation to see if there's any like legislation against Lagoon the zoo here in Utah.
yeah. Um, and then you should probably just vote for that candidate if you do find anything.
Yeah, I think I agree, because it's like especially if they have like a likelihood of actually like having a chance of winning.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Yeah, and it's a shame because here's the thing. Like, I've been boycotting Lagoon, the amusement park, because the amusement park it's actually really fun. It's like they have a ton of really big roller coasters, and but I can't go because their zoo is such a trash zoo. It's like you get rid of your zoo so I can go back to your park. Come on.
Yeah. Um, I haven't actually looked into what my local zoo is like. Um, I I just haven't been there
Yeah,
since I went vegan.
yeah. So I mean, we have a couple different zoos here in Utah, and a couple of them are actually I think are actually fine. So there's like the Holgel Zoo, which is it's an AZA accredited zoo, and um, it's it's mostly okay. They have some issues with it, but it's I think it's mostly like a net positive thing. But yeah, the Lagoon Zoo is like absolutely terrible. Um, yeah, but it's yeah. I would look into your local zoo to see if it's good or bad. Definitely.
Yeah, they have like a water. It's like a small water park, and they have like a lazy river. Um, I would I would like to go there if their zoo is fine.
Yeah. The first thing you should look for is see if they're AZA accredited. That's like the baseline, I think. Um, AZA accreditation is like yeah the that's the baseline for all like any ethical zoo, and not all AZA accredited zoos are ethical, but pretty much if it's not AZA accredited, you can sort of be assured it's not an ethical zoo. just because the animal welfare like uh regulations with AZA accreditation is so like strict. Um, it's strict enough where yeah, that's basically the baseline.
Huh.
Dude,
Interesting.
Jeremy is here. Amazing. We love Jeremy. Jeremy, do you have any questions? I need more alcohol. I'm gonna go get more alcohol.
Wow, I thought you were gonna sober up now.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Oh, Jeremy's drinking too? Huzzah! Wazza! Dude, Jeremy has such a cool name because guess what? Jeremy is my name, but with an E at the end. I'm Jerem, and he's Jeremy. Although my friends call me Jerome, so I'm either Jerem or I'm Jerome, depending on if you're my friend or not.
Huh.
Amazing. But you can call me
So
whatever you want.
nice.
Oh my gosh, wait, Jeremy said something really amazing. He said, I think I probably agree with Jerem more than almost any online vegan at this point. But there are a couple of burning questions. Whoa, ask those burning questions. Do you have a question, Anna? What was going on?
Oh, I was just gonna say, I found that in December 2015, Audubon Zoo, that's the zoo by me, received the AZA Quarter Century Award recognizing the zoo's 25 years of continuous accreditation. Nice.
Nice. Yeah, so like here's the thing, it's like so like ACA accreditation, like you can go on the website and you can look at their like what their like regulations are and stuff. And for the most part they're pretty good, but at the same time, what makes me question AZA accreditation is that SeaWorld is AZA accredited. So it's like I could just be wrong about SeaWorld and like after watching, Blackfish and like maybe like there was stuff that we're missing and maybe like SeaWorld is a good place, but part of me is like SeaWorld really? Like they're AZA accredited? So yeah, I would just like AZA accreditation like the baseline, but then like look further into it as well.
Yeah, yeah, of course.
All right, we got a question from Jeremy. It says, what do you think about personalities psychology types being mostly fixed? Such that some people can't help but think in deontological rule-based terms. Ooh, that's a good question. Let me think about that. And let me have a drink. I mean, I could see it. I mean, I'm someone who doesn't believe in free will, so I guess if you're kind of determined to, I guess if someone's like deontological, they're kind of determined to be deontological. Um, like there's a lot of aspects in their life that led them to be that way. Um, and then how should we promote philosophical views we think are false? If it makes other types of people go vegan, otherwise act better. Let's see. I might be too drunk to understand the question. Here, let me get more drunk and then I'll read it again. How should we promote philosophical views we think are false if it makes other types of people go vegan, otherwise act better? I mean, sure. I mean, if promoting a false belief um encourages people to go vegan, we probably should. I would just probably think that promoting false beliefs would not, in the long run, make people go vegan. Yeah.
Well, I think there are a lot of beliefs that could make people go vegan, but they're not harmful at all. Like the idea that even if we were to farm non-humans, like without any suffering at all, that would be wrong. Like that would be, I would consider that a false belief that could convince
Ooh.
people.
Yeah, good point, good point. Yeah. Um yeah, um yeah, or if someone like believed that God would frown upon us if we like harmed his creations or something. Um it might be a false belief if God's not real. Um okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Is that the question Jeremy's asking? Or am I too drunk?
Yeah, yeah, that's the question.
Very good, very good. Does Jeremy want to come on stream? Here, we'll give him a link.
Yeah, yeah, but I say just that I don't know if promoting those like false beliefs is not is it's only wrong if it causes people to act immorally.
Ooh, interesting. Okay, so Jeremy's talking about like Peter Singer and like the whole like when Peter Singer was talking to Alex O'Connor about like soldering kids like kids at 18 years old. Um yeah, and like he should like even though Singer's right, uh he should maybe pretend that he's not right in order to bring people to veganism. So it's like I can kind of see that. It's like so I think like potentially killing predators would be vegan. But if I'm talking to someone who's like just a normie and doesn't think about this stuff, I'm not gonna bring that up. And if someone asked me if we ought to kill predators, I might like avoid. I might avoid the answer, and I might even just lie to get them to like be open towards veganism.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I th- I think I would lie and say that I think Singer is wrong. Uh, I never thought about how telling people that we should kill predators would turn them off, though, because to me that seems like like totally reasonable. Like because they'd also accept they'd want to kill off predators if they were like harming humans.
I don't think people think philosophically enough to, to actually think it's reasonable. I think most people just think nature is good and you shouldn't interfere with it. Yeah. But it's good that you think that because that means you're thinking philosophically. What got you into like this like into like more like philosophical like conversations?
Um, Discord. After I went vegan, I I was never on Ask Yourself, but I was on this other vegan Discord server called Animal Rights Advocates, and I met like
Am
I
I on
talked to a
that?
bunch of people there.
I wonder if I'm on that one. I'm not a I don't go on Discord a lot. I am on Ask Yourself Discord. Oh no, I'm not. I'm on. What did you mention? It was the vegan something Discord.
Animal rights advocates.
Animal rights. Yeah, I'm not on that. Never mind. I'm on Vegan World, Cosmic Skeptic. I guess it's not vegan anymore, but and Ask Yourself.
Yeah.
And I'm on
But
Obbies
you
as well,
know,
the study archives. Yeah.
oh yeah. Um, Vegan World is run by the same guy who ran Animal Rights Advocates.
Oh, is it? Okay, so I'm on Vegan World. Okay, Jeremy's here at the stream. Jeremy, what's up? I don't know if we can. I don't think
Hello,
we can
Jerome.
hear you
Hello,
yet.
Anna.
Oh, we can. Whoa, we can
Hello.
hear you now. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
Amazing. This is the greatest stream of all time.
Oh,
So what do we drink? What are we drinking?
oh,
Or
I
what are you
still got the
drinking?
playback open. All right, there we go. I closed all my other tabs and I left the wrong one open. The one that's going
Oh,
to cause a problem.
balls, dude.
What am I drinking?
Yeah, what are you drinking?
I'm drinking bourbon, and I'm drinking. Should have checked it on Barnivore, but I have a feeling, given the company, that Trader Jose is probably a vegan beer. But I should probably check that out.
Oh, it's okay. You know, to tell you the truth, I don't check my beers either. I should, but yeah.
I usually check companies as a whole, and then in Korea it's a little bit easier with not so many microbrews. I patronize the ones that are entirely vegan, and I kind of do that in California too. The Lagunitas Brewing Company seems pretty principled, having all their beers not use any animal
That's good.
products. So it's
Well,
one of
I'm
those things,
drinking.
where as a consequentialist, when you can do something like that, you know, you got to always kind of acknowledge that there are big things, and then there are middle-sized things, and then there are really small things, right? And
Yeah, for sure.
so if you occasionally buy a product that has a tiny amount of animal products in it or used at some point, then it's in the small things category. So when you're talking about checking Barnivore and thinking about, alcohol purchases, it's totally worth your time to do it for a company once, and then patronize that company that's committed to vegan production. But it's not nearly as worth it to be checking every brewery that you're only going to drink once in a pub or something like that, right? That
Yeah,
might
for
bring
sure.
the deontological brigade down upon me, but
It reminds me of the conversation I had with Matthew Adelstein, where he was like, if all B12 supplements had some milk powder, then like we should still take the B12 supplements because it's kind of required for existence, and existence is a net positive. Um, yeah, the well being of taking the B12 is going to be higher than just like a little bit of milk powder and the B12 supplements.
yeah, it gets tricky, right? That's one of maybe the harder cases to make that I think we might have to lie about, or it might be good for us to lie about as consequentialists. Yeah, I'm like you. I'm a I'm a an overall, positive and negative consequentialist, not a negative consequentialist. So
Yeah,
the pleasures in life very much matter, and I don't agree with David Benatar at all that there is any asymmetry where the absence of pain is a good thing, but the absence of pleasure is not a bad thing. I think it's obvious that the absence of more pleasure is a bad thing. So, but one of the things I think we might really want to lie about a lot of the time is that sure, having an extra human is going to provide a net benefit if that human themselves has a net positive life, but then most humans are carnists, and then maybe even beyond veganism, most not yeah, probably most humans are sort of causing immense unnecessary harm to other humans and animals in the world that don't even involve the core vegan issues of exploitation. But most people are over consuming and just generally behaving selfishly, and they have really poor priorities. And so you have to ask the question, like bringing an individual human into the world or keeping an individual human in the world, even you or me, may be a net negative. Probably, if we're honest, any non-vegan is a net negative morally for being alive and having the daily impact they do in the world, right?
Well,
That's
I
where
don't
my
know.
reasoning leads me.
Maybe for animals. I don't know about for humans. I feel like a human with a positive experience is positive for humans.
Okay, but
Um,
I'm talking about their impact. I'm talking about a carnist being alive in terms of causing much more suffering to animals
yeah, I feel like I feel
than
like
their
I
own
feel like
life provides pleasure.
they may in the animal context they may be increasing suffering, but I think they're actually increasing well-being when it comes to the human context. On the total, yeah, that's a different question. I'm not I'm actually not sure.
You know, it's
Um
it's 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 it. I don't feel inclined to ever say to people, how do I put it bluntly, in the most shocking way, um, if you don't go vegan today, then or if you continue to be a carnist for, let's say, another 6 months or more, then it's probably better if you just die painlessly right now for the
Yeah,
universe.
yeah. Yeah, that's true. You shouldn't say that to people, but it's true. It's true. If you're a carnist and you don't ever go vegan, it's better if you just don't exist, right? But you don't tell that to people.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
you know,
okay, yeah.
yeah, I have been very tempted to tell people that they have two options, that they have an obligation to either go vegan or just to to die, to kill themselves. But I would never
Yeah.
say.
Well, we're saying it, and we're have it accessible to anybody with YouTube now. So, but yeah, you don't want to say it face to face to anybody, right? And it's kind of this interesting issue of lying and telling the truth. You can sometimes say or write things that you believe are true that somebody might be able to find out and hear on their own time, but it's a very different story if you say it directly to their face. That's really kind of strange, but I think about how much consequential should lie all the time. That's one of my big sticking issues.
This kind of reminds me of like the story of Isaac and Abraham a little bit, where God essentially lies to um Abraham, right? Telling him that he needs to kill his son.
Hmm.
Um,
Right, that's
and
right.
and they're like, yeah, he doesn't need to kill his son. He just needs to believe that he needs to kill his son.
Hmm.
Um, and then it's eventually there's a bigger lesson going on that God is teaching Abraham.
Yeah.
But uh,
So yeah, it's a very interesting, fascinating story that can be read in so many ways. I just Since you brought it up, um, how do you read that? How do you read Abraham's decision? Do you read it as uh, he rationally concludes that because God is so much more knowledgeable than he is, that in terms of Plato's Euthyphro, right? Euthyphro
yeah,
dilemma. You seem to know enough
yeah,
about philosophy. So
it's
do the gods do the thing that's good because it's independently good, and then they know that it's good in their wisdom, or do they just arbitrarily make it be good? So I wonder whether you think Abraham thinks there must be some like rational reason why this is a good or important thing, and God knows it because he's so much wiser than I am? Or do you think he's just saying, like, even if there's no reason, I just think obeying God is a good thing to do? That seems like the main distinction there.
Yeah, that's no, that is the question. And yeah, yeah, it's like is God good because he like does what's good, or
Mhm.
is yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So, what do you think is going through the mind of Abraham when you imagine this story? He's going like, I this feels totally horrible to me and have no purpose, but my mortal mind cannot comprehend the.
I think from Abraham's perspective, in order to do something that drastic, he needs to believe that like he's doing the right thing, right? Uh, so whether or not he is a different question, but like
Kind of like when you trust your doctor about a medication or something
yeah,
that
yeah,
you don't have
exactly.
any way of understanding, or you trust the
Yeah,
engineer to know that the bridge is safe even though you haven't studied.
but the question of like, is there like an objective good outside of God, um, or
Yeah.
is God good, or does God just do what's good? Um, Yeah, that's an interesting question because like the thing is, it's like if there's some higher, if there's some law that's above God, then is God really God?
Yeah, you know what? There's something in that is a sort of, I don't know if it's a fundamental challenge to ethical consequentialism, but it's something that we always have to contend with too, and that's this pursuit of knowledge in and of itself. You know, this skepticism, always want to like challenge the foundations and always wanting to have debate. It seems pretty easy to imagine many circumstances where you know having skepticism and challenging the revealed wisdom and pursuing a lot of debate would be making things worse. Rather,
Yeah,
think about assuming that you think that the COVID, following the COVID vaccines and the official government prescriptions was the right thing to do. Then the people that were skeptical about it may have caused an incredible amount of harm, something along those lines. So, I mean, I don't have to assume that you believe that. I don't know whether I believe that or not. But if you did, would you think it would sort of be moral to try to stifle open debate, or or still be right to pursue the debate, just in case your conclusions about the consequences change down the road? That kind of thing is really
yeah.
tricky.
It's like the truth doesn't always set you free.
Yeah.
It's like I mean I always think of like of the Matrix. It's like you definitely ought to take the blue pill. Um, 'Cause a world where you it's like I'm definitely the guy that wants to go back and eat this. I mean, I'm vegan, right? But like I'm the guy that wants to go back and eat the steak. Um,
Hmm.
it's like a world where you can actually experience things is so much better than a world that barely exists.
If you could
Um,
decide right now that you'd have the same experiences that you had as a carnist eating the steak, but it would all be fictional, so there was no cow actually suffering, then yeah, I have the same intuition about the experience machine. They call it biting the bullet, but I just think it's not biting any bullet. It's just a utopia.
yeah,
Yeah.
It's just
team
good.
blue pill.
Yeah, I'm a blue pillar on in the actual Matrix. Assuming that it was gonna like last forever or last for a really long time, and the machines weren't just gonna eventually shut it off and then have humans as their tortured slaves. If it was actually going to continue to be the Matrix, you know, then yeah, blue pillar. But in the real world, objective truth seems to be pretty useful for bringing about utility.
Yeah, it's instrumental, but it's not the end goal.
Right, right. Yeah, truth is I mean, I guess that I'm a pluralistic consequentialist, so I believe that there are many different kinds of experiences that are intrinsically good, and they're not all accurately called pleasure.
So
They're good experiences that it doesn't really make sense to call pleasures. But it would be like something like the experience of discovering truth. It might have some elements of pleasure, but it's like more than pleasure at the same time. So that experience could be good for the person who's having it, but it wouldn't be sort of like it wouldn't be just the mind independent fact of it being true. It would be the experience of realizing truth or holding a truth or something. It would be something that's about the internal experience that gives goodness to it. If that
so
makes sense.
we had my friend Moxie on before you joined a couple about a couple hours ago. We had Moxie on,
Mhm.
and Moxie is a pluralistic utilitarian.
Mhm.
So yeah, like what's the difference? So I'm a hedonistic utilitarian. So what would, in your view, what's like the main difference between?
Yeah. So you know, I kind of gone over this in writing on Bentham's Bulldog, and I've been commenting on there for a
Oh,
while.
really? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
and I heard
subscribed
your talk with
to his
him, and it
Substack.
was
Yeah.
quite amazing. Yeah. Um, so I think that a lot of the disagreement might just be semantic, and there might still be some lingering disagreements, but if it's just semantic, then it's just semantic. If he, as I as he kind of seems to, if you think that that what you're saying by calling yourself a hedonist is that it's the kind of internal experiences of sentient beings that matter, and nothing outside of that matters morally, then that's mostly what I agree with. I'm not 100% sure of that position, but that's mostly what the position that I hold. You know, and so my disagreement is just with maybe with the semantic term pleasure being applied to all of those positive kinds of experience, because it seems
Yeah,
so different. Some of them seem so different from what we call pleasure in natural language, in English, or translations in any other human natural language. It's like my examples, my key examples are something like when you climb a mountain, the entire experience seems intrinsically valuable, and part of what's necessary for that experience to be what it is all kinds of like aches and pains and stress upon the way, getting tired, struggle fighting through it. And it's sort of the macro experience that includes like a lot of low level suffering. And if that suffering was taken away from that overall experience, then it would take something away from the experience as a whole. And so I think all of that is experiential, but I think in natural language we would say this is an intrinsically positive experience that has elements of pain, elements of suffering within it. If you think about a competition, I was a high level tournament Scrabble player. I'm kind of semi-retired, but people who are compete at a high level in sports or games or whatever else, there's this clear sense that there's a lot of suffering along the way that's like intrinsic to what makes the process be good, be a good experience to have. And so if the people that are calling themselves hedonists are acknowledging that can be intrinsic, that kind of thing can be intrinsically good, and they're just calling it pleasure, or I should say just calling it pleasure, then we just have a semantic disagreement. And I just think it's kind of silly to use that word pleasure. And you should use a word like, just say intrinsically positive experience, or just say good experiences, instead of calling yourselves hedonists, call yourselves experientialists or something like that. Yeah. If
Yeah.
that's the
Well,
essence of the disagreement, then
I actually have
we
a
should talk about.
slight issues with the word pleasure, and sort of for the same reasons you've mentioned, which is where I tend to try and use well-being, which I think is a little bit more.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
yeah,
a
I think
great
it's
word. Yeah.
more accurate. So I tend to use I do use pleasure, but I tend to use well-being more. Or at least I try to.
And then the other issue is the things that I would clearly call pleasure in natural language that maybe seem like we should call them inherently negative experiences. And this is sort of includes the pleasure in doing an evil act, the pleasure that's directly connected to doing an evil act. I think you talked with other people before about, like if you have the rapist, and then you keep the victim suffering the same, but then you dial up the pleasure that the rapist is experiencing in the act. Does that make the world better on net? And I think it's reasonable to believe that it doesn't, that it actually makes the world worse. And so you probably still have to call that experience pleasure, kind of to just accord with natural language, but you would say that it's that there's some the way I describe it is there's some element of the role that pleasure plays in the larger experience of what this person is doing that makes it contribute negatively to the rapist's own true well-being in some sense.
Yeah, I mean, like, rarely does sadistic pleasure like actually bring about well-being.
Net well-being?
Yeah,
You mean that in the real world it almost never is larger than the victim's suffering? Because that definitely seems true. Except, so when I heard you talking to what's Bent the Bulldog's name, Matthew, is that right?
yeah, Matthew. Yeah,
Yeah. I always confuse his name with like really common names like Michael or something else. Matthew.
same. Yeah,
But when I was
in fact,
listening to your talk, I was thinking,
when I was
you can.
uh,
Oh, you want me to
when I
go?
was
You can bring that.
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
You can. I'm gonna just bulldoze over you really fast. You can bring that example, that thought experiment, into the real world by thinking about, like non-consensual videos on the internet that could be, it's really impossible to imagine that like a a rapist would have an amount of pleasure that would be a larger pleasure than the pain that's suffered short and long term by a victim. That's pretty absurd. But you could imagine that there's a video that's like watched by a million, or by like yeah, something like that, a million people, and they each watch it 100 times. There's like 100 million times whatever this pleasure that they're getting from it, and then we have a problem as consequentialists. I think we want to say that all of that pleasure is tainted, so that it doesn't count as a increase in well-being in the universe. Or do we want to say that no, the amount of pleasure in the universe is increased, but we still think it's wrong? In that case, we're abandoning consequentialism, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, right? If well-being is increased, then it's a good thing. It's just a lot of this comes down to practical sort of issues, and a lot of times practically, it's like, yeah, if we have a video that's spread around a million times, it's probably not going to uh, increase well-being. But if it was the case that like perhaps this video is spread around a million times secretly, and um, there wasn't any extrinsic like consequences, uh,
Right.
yeah, and it increased like this mental state of well-being, then sure, that'd probably be a good thing. But again, in like the
So
practical real world
do you
terms,
think that there's yeah, do you think that there's no grounds for thinking that that a pleasure is tainted by being derived or caused by some kind of infliction of great harm? You know, if
I
somebody
think some. So I think
if
some
some
pleasures
white
have a more.
supremacist watches yeah, if some white supremacist watches like Holocaust footage and really gets off on it, you know, then that's improving the world. Because I kind of my intuitions really pull apart there, I think.
Yeah. So there's definitely some pleasures that have a higher likelihood of actually increasing suffering in the world. Um, but again, at the end of the day, if the total well-being is increased, I think that's still a good thing. Um, it just comes down again to like practicality, where it's like in the real world, how would this actually play out?
Oh, does it? Okay, so I just wonder when people resort to the instrumental argument, how sort of rigorously honest they're willing to be. You know, you can make up just so stories. You know, well, you can spin other details. You can say like, you know, somehow that you know white supremacists really enjoying the suffering of the victims of the Nazi Holocaust is going to make it so much more likely that another Holocaust will happen or that he'll commit a crime on his own or something like that. Yeah, those things could
Yeah.
happen, but is that really your reason? You know, and if that's not true, then are you really willing to bite the bullet that this kind of pleasure is increase in well-being, like not like for the person himself, because I do have this intuition too that you know like that's a worse life, like a life that includes pleasure in such things or pleasures that have the certain kind of structure that these do, um, make that individual's life worse in something of the same way that unnecessary pains make an individual's life worse. Like it just sort of decreases the eudaimonia of the life, something like that, right?
Yeah, for
So maybe
sure.
that's a stronger disagreement that I have with maybe people who are much stronger hedonists than I am, because
Yeah, I've
I'm not
actually.
just thinking about yeah about knockoff effects. I'm actually thinking that um, that you know if somebody gets sadistic pleasure out of horrific crimes, then having more of that sadistic pleasure is worse for them, worse for the measure of their own life, even regardless of the knockoff effects. Like it's just not an increase in the total well-being in the world because that's a worse life.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something to think about.
Mhm.
But for whatever reason, this reminds me of a comment that Has Vegan made on my I was talking with Reasonable Vegan, the last stream that we did together. Uh, and Has Vegan said asked a question about like is there such thing as threshold utilitarianism, where like so there's like threshold deontology, where eventually right suffering starts to matter more than rights do, um which is I mean is kind of an issue. I'm not sure if threshold
Uh,
deontology actually exists, but is there like a threshold like utilitarianism where it's like eventually like, yeah, sure, people can be a means to an end, but eventually, if the suffering is so high that eventually that we want to actually introduce rights.
I mean, I'm not sure that that makes sense to me, because I feel like I use the concepts like rights all the time, but I think that they're shorthands for conclusions about consequences that have consequences built right into them. You know, these are like examples from Bentham's Bulldog, I think, too, is like, or from a related blog, Richard Chappell's blog, Good Thoughts. Um, you know, when if somebody walks down the street and starts shooting bullets all around at random houses, then we say that they're like violating the rights of the people in the houses. But when you walk down the street and you talk, and the sound waves that you make, physically encounter these houses, nobody's inclined to call that a rights violation. And when you try to explain the difference, you automatically find yourself going to consequences, right?
Yep.
It's the fact. It's what is it other than what's the difference other than the fact that the physical interaction of a bullet to a house can seriously harm people, and the sound waves can't. And then the next step is, well, what if we lived in a world where sound waves could seriously harm people like that on a regular basis? Then our whole entire way of thinking about what counts as a rights violation would automatically change, right? Then we would start thinking that talking too loudly on a public street is a rights violation against the people in the houses. It all hinges on the facts about whether bullets, what amount of harm bullets can cause, and what amount of harm sound waves can cause. And there's lots of other examples like that consequentialists can give. Where we talk. I think this is useful. I don't think anybody's really talked about it before in our little vegan community of upcoming vegans, but consent, is like a very important deontological concept in our
Here,
society.
pause that real quick.
Oh, yeah,
I gotta piss, dude.
Okay. Hey, everybody. So I'm just about to give the entirely non-controversial view that a realistic conception of consent is not what distinguishes morally acceptable physical interactions with other people from morally unacceptable ones. And I think I'm going to make a very good case for that. And in the process, explain the serious problem I have with deontology and the emotional rather than rational parts of the human mind that deontological thinking taps into, and the way that deontological minded people sort of resort to creating new words and editing their words in order to avoid counterexamples. This will probably get edited out, but for anybody who's listening right now, after Jerome pays the water bill, this was a more public forum, or yeah, I don't know who's on now, but hell of a lot of wrath would be immediately brought down on me if I was saying this in a larger forum by people who aren't going to listen to me charitably. But I promise you, I don't have very different intuitions or behaviors than almost anybody would think are acceptable. I just have very different views about which philosophical terms are accurate in describing good and bad behaviors. I'm starting to get a little bit drunk, but not enough. Jerome, how you doing?
Oi.
How you doing? Feeling better?
Oh, feeling great, dude. I was doing the pee dance, dude. I was like trying to listen, but I was doing this like shaking my leg.
All right. So talking about consent in the sort of like the realm of like the physical contact that's maybe non-instrumental. So I'm not talking about like pulling someone out of the path of a train or whatever, but I guess you could say like erotic or something, pleasure, non-instrumental physical contact, something like that. The the deontological concept of consent is really valuable. It's really useful in a lot of circumstances, but it's ultimately got to be grounded in consequences about that have to do with people's well-being. Otherwise, it either produces absurd conclusions or the person who wants to defend it has to start redefining their terms in really sort of disingenuous, you know, unreasonable ways. So let's take the side of actions that I think are very clearly non-consensual, but also either morally acceptable or even morally good. The usual examples I give are, you're in a relationship with somebody, you sleep in the same bed, and while they're asleep, you kiss them on the forehead. What's your intuition about that? Morally
Yeah,
bad?
I think that's
Or
morally terrible. No, I think it's morally good, of course.
it's morally neutral or even good, and
Yeah.
probably good, and but to be honest, it's non-consensual. Somebody can't consent to something while they're unconscious, asleep. And then another example would be you see your significant other in a party, you see them from behind, and you come up behind them and like hug them around the waist. What's
Yeah.
your intuition about that?
No, I feel like that's morally good. It's like you're showing love for your spouse or you're showing love for your partner.
Right. So
Yeah.
what the deontological, rule-based impulse is often to defend the rule. And so what they're likely to be thinking, if anybody's listening, I'm reading your mind. What their instinct is to say, well, no, there's implied consent there. They start adding new words. That's really consensual, but it's this thing called implied consent. And when you think about what consent literally, like the straightforward, like the most natural, simple, clear meaning, it can't be implied. Right?
Yeah,
It
for
has
sure.
to be that somebody is conscious and understands clearly that something that might happen, and then in some very clear way communicates their acceptance of that. Right? That's just what it means, and that doesn't happen in the sleeping forehead kiss case, and it doesn't happen in the party surprise hug case. And so that's the one direction where consent breaks down, and there are non-consensual actions that are morally good. And then the other edge, I think, is the case of like begging and pleading your partner into having sex that that they're not going to enjoy until they eventually say okay. And what often happens, what the deontologist mind does in that case is it says, but what consent really means is enthusiastic consent. So again, they're adding another word, and they're saying like this. They're reacting to the terrifying, realization that something could still be very wrong, even if somebody says okay to it, by instead of just admitting the fact that there's other reasons why it's wrong beside the fact that they didn't say okay, because they did say okay, but there are other things that can make something wrong, namely that it doesn't take the other person's suffering into account, and it predictably leads to larger suffering on the part of somebody who's, sort of pressured into something that they're not going to enjoy. That's what makes it wrong. It's the lack of consideration for the other person's suffering. And but instead, the deontologist mind wants to say, no, I have this absolute concept that everything consensual is okay, everything non-consensual is bad. And so I'm gonna play with words, and I'm gonna say, no, it's still bad. It's still non-consensual in that case, because there wasn't enthusiastic consent. But again, that just warps the basic meaning of what consent normally means. If say if you don't want to see a movie, and then some of your friends like really beg and plead for you to come along with them, and eventually you grudgingly say okay and get in a car with them and go see the movie, we don't call that kidnapping. We don't call that kidnapping, because you didn't enthusiastically agree to get in the car. You still agreed to get in the car. You still consented to it. But we would probably say on reflection that was a shitty thing for your friends to do, right?
Yeah.
If they knew that you were going to have a bad time, it's a shitty way to be a friend, and it's a shitty way to be a partner in a relationship, to beg and plead your partner to agree to do something that they're not going to enjoy. It's an immoral thing to do. But it's immoral because of the lack of consideration of the other person's well-being. It's not immoral because it's non-consensual, because it is consensual. I think in that case, on a normal reading of the word consent, it's consensual. It's consensual and a very, very shitty, immoral thing to do. And whereas, and the complete converse, polar opposite of hugging your partner from behind at the party, which is non-consensual but a morally fine thing to do.
Yeah, for sure. It's like no, I definitely agree. It's like, like threshold deontology eventually bottoms out into consequences. And if we were to introduce any sort of threshold into utilitarianism, it would essentially only exist because of consequences.
And I think in the point of fact, I'm going to let you talk, but as a historical matter, I think that the prominence of this concept of consent probably owes a lot to the BDSM community, where it's precisely the cases where our ordinary, like the ordinary ways that we tell whether somebody is enjoying or not enjoying something are warped, because there's this conflation of sending signals, experiencing physical pain, but then also having a higher level of well-being because you enjoy it on some different level. It's where these things kind of get crossed and mixed up that the importance of very explicit verbal consent is so crucial. But but I think in terms of a lot of functioning outside of those unusual circumstances, that most of what moral interaction with other people amounts to is much better described by saying, you should be paying attention to and valuing everybody else's well-being as highly as you do your own, right? Not selfishly prioritizing your own whatever well-being, your own satisfaction over the larger harms that you're causing to the people that you're interacting with. And if you just say that, I think that accounts for the intuitions much better. And then it will often be summarized with these deontological terms. like respecting somebody's right to not be punched in the face, or respecting consent. Like those terms are usually they're usually useful heuristics. But with the examples I pointed out, I know I'm talking too long, but they break down when they no longer are grounded in considerations of the well-being of everybody involved. And so that's why I don't think I don't really understand something like threshold consequentialism, because the deontological concepts just sort of they smuggle in consequentialism, in order to have their force. If somebody gives you a thought experiment that says, like, suppose that rape was no more harmful to the victim than unwanted tapping on the shoulder is in the real world, and then the consequentialist says, well, then it wouldn't be that bad. The deontologist is going to come back and say, well, look at this guy on the side of rape. But if there were a world where that thought experiment were the case, there wouldn't even be a concept of rape. If the only reason that there's a separate concept that's distinct from all the other ways you could interact with somebody, like tapping them on the shoulder, the only reason that there's that distinct concept in the first place is that it causes an immense amount of harm. It's the extreme negative consequences that are responsible for the creation of such a word and such a concept in the first place. So that kind of thought experiment is just like a dishonest, sleazy trick, like a gaslighting of the consequentialist.
Yeah.
And it fucking pisses me off. And there are lots of vegan examples of that, like the reaction to Singer and the thought experiment about the 18-year-olds given perfect lives and then killed completely painlessly. I think he gave the correct reaction to that, and there's this sort of dishonest gaslighting going on, and people are trying to smuggle in real world ideas, like those 18-year-olds would really not have perfect lives. They'd really suffer in some other way, or they'd figure it out and then they'd have much worse suffering. And
Yeah.
people are like using intuitions that the thought experiment explicitly denies, and they're like smuggling them in to act like the consequentialist answer is just insanely evil when it's just
Yeah, I got really annoyed with Joey Carbstrong's video on it.
Oh man, he was histrionic, and yeah, I did too.
Yeah, he was missing all of the main points. Yeah, and yeah,
all emotional, just unfair reaction.
But to be fair, I was annoyed with Singer as well, because I feel like he took forever to actually answer the question. I feel like he was avoiding.
I heard your response. I heard your short clip where you're saying like, yeah, why aren't you just saying yes?
Yeah, it's an easy answer.
It's an easy yes. Yeah.
I guess it kind of goes back to like the your conversation about like lying about things. Like maybe he assumed that people like the general audience wouldn't take it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he knows that Alex has a huge audience. But he doesn't do that in some other clear cases.
Yeah, especially like his positions on like abortion and things like that. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, he stood up to the bullies in the disability community that persistently, dishonestly, misrepresent his views on euthanasia of seriously, profoundly disabled infants or young children. They seem they're trying to rile up the public's outrage on the it seems like on the idea that Singer is saying we should euthanize children with Down syndrome or something, which is absurd. It's not at all the kind of person that he's talking about. He's talking about somebody who's not going to have any kind of life with well-being. It's just going to be intense suffering until usually early death. So he's right. Again, he's right, and he has bravely stood up to those bullies.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Peter Singer, and he's rarely wrong about things, I think.
I think he's probably wrong about the reality of eggs that are marketed as free range, things like this.
Yeah.
That's the thing that he's
Yeah,
probably the most wrong about.
I think I'm in agreement with him as far as like some sort of backyard eggs are fine, but I think he's probably wrong about like when he was talking to Alex about like looking at like what type of eggs to buy and like look at the what are you talking about? He talking about like the acres they're on. It's like that didn't make any sense to me. Yeah.
That's way too much credulity in the marketing claims of carnist industries. Just as a factual matter. I'm kind of shocked by that. But also like he doesn't really seem to confront the like when he talks about accidentally getting products that have some dairy or eggs in them, and his consequentialist conclusion is well, it's going to be thrown out anyway, so it causes less net harm if I just eat it. I haven't really seen him sufficiently confront the sort of marketing or advertising kind of effect. Is the lesser harm of eating the thing rather than having it be thrown out and completely wasted? Is that more significant than the effect you might have on people's consciousness by saying, wow, I ordered the vegan thing and you made a mistake, and veganism is really important in the world, and getting the restaurant to have to remake it or whatever, because that's an empirical claim, but I think it's very likely that that overall that sort of advertising effect for the ethical importance of veganism is going to be greater than whatever the benefit is from just quietly eating the thing that was accidentally served to you.
So what about his example of like on a plane? Well, there's no like restaurant on the plane, right? Or right. I can even give an example of like my personal life where it's like I order like a burrito from DoorDash. I order the vegan burrito from DoorDash, and then there's cheese on it, right? Like I can complain to DoorDash that there's cheese on my burrito, but they're not gonna have someone come back and take my burrito. Whereas probably yeah.
So there's like modifications of this, but they're real world things that we all experience, right? So in that circumstance, do you scrape off the dairy cheese as much as you can and then eat it, or you just eat the whole thing and be like, well, that's a benefit in the form of calories and nutrients or something?
Yeah, well, so in my experience, this is a real story. This has actually happened. I ordered a burrito from DoorDash, and I ordered it with no cheese, and then there was cheese on it. And I did complain to DoorDash, but then I took a couple of bites. So I was like, well, might as well get the calories. Took a couple of bites, and the cheese was so gross that I couldn't finish the burrito. So then I eventually started scraping off the cheese.
That's what Singer says about meat, right?
Yeah.
He says, like, even if I was accidentally served meat, like I couldn't manage to eat it. So he does have that psychology going on, even though presumably his ethical calculation would be the same, even if he was accidentally served something with like a bunch of chunks of chicken in it. he wouldn't like be able to get himself to eat it, I guess is what he's saying. But he would if it's dairy or eggs in some baked product or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, I do have this disgust that it's not, yeah, it is, I guess, disgust that has grown, maybe started about 6 months after I went vegan to a lot of animal products, but not all. So I wonder, so I can ask you as a consequentialist, some of the interesting things that I don't feel like I can ask people, where I keep bashing up against this, what I think are bad deontological approaches. What do you think about somebody? I usually use Joe Rogan in my example, but some kind of carnist like troll who was going to make a binding promise and say, Jerome, if you eat this cow burger, this one cow burger, then I'm going to have my next 10 meals be completely plant-based instead of my normal, heavily animal-based meals. Do you feel as a vegan that it would be clearly morally good for you to take that deal and eat that animal-based meal?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, assuming they're telling the truth and they're not just kind of like, like, haha, you eat meat, haha, and then like not eat the vegan meals. But assuming they're actually telling the truth, absolutely. Yeah, I think I should eat
Okay,
the
so
beef burger.
yeah, so ethically, if there weren't any other instrumental effects, then that would be the right thing to do.
Yeah.
It would be the right thing to do something that including your own personal calculation, makes the world worse, but including all of the known effects of the other person consuming fewer animal
Yeah.
products makes the world better.
I'd plug my nose, close my eyes, and
Mhm.
shove the burger down. Yep.
Yeah, I have that same feeling too, and I think when somebody says that, if somebody was going to disagree with that and say that that's not morally better, then what's probably happening is real world intuitions are getting smuggled into the thought experiment, like
Yeah.
like the person the carnist who did that is probably going to use that clip to make fun of veganism, and that's gonna, and use it to like turn their fans off from veganism even more, right? And by like, somehow insulting the integrity of you as a representative of veganism, that's gonna ultimately cause many more animals to be harmed in the future. That is the sort of real world calculation that our intuitions automatically do. That is probably why you or I, in many circumstances where somebody says that to us, we're not going to take that offer, right? We would take that offer in the thought experiment where we are clearly guaranteed that there would not be these knock-on effects, but we live in the real world where we highly suspect that there would be, and that's why that explains why we probably wouldn't take that offer if Joe Rogan gave it to us today, right? At least I wouldn't, and I wouldn't because of those other consequences that I talked about.
Yeah, I'd have to be really sure that he's honest. Yeah.
But it relates to sort of the lying thing and the dishonesty thing. It's not exactly lying, but what if, presumably there are a lot more people in the world that are inclined towards a deontological, rule-based, purity-based way of thinking. So if you just knew that clip of the offer and your acceptance, and you're eating the animal product meal, and then the carnist eating 10 plant-based meals, what if you knew that the entire thing was going to be highly publicized on social media? And then you combine that with your knowledge that most people in the world respond to deontological absolutist sort of ways of thinking, and conclude that more people are going to be turned on to veganism than turned off, or more people are going to be turned off from going vegan than turned on to going vegan by seeing this vegan guy accept that deal and feeling like, what would a deontologist say? What a wishy-washy guy compromising on his principle. Yeah.
Yeah.
He gives up his principle. He gives up his absolute, principle so easily. I don't want to be like that guy. If more people are inclined to that sort of ethical approach, then the consequences might be much worse for your taking that deal than not. And then you've got to come around and say that consequentialism says to do the thing that consequentialism wouldn't say, precisely because most people in the world are not going to resonate with consequentialism.
Yeah, 1,000%.
That's a tricky, strange paradox. It's not, yeah.
Well, it kind of goes back to your your whole like beer thing, right? Where it's like, judging consequences, like the obvious consequences, is a lot easier than judging like really like specific consequences. Like judging the beer brand is a lot easier than judging each individual beer. Yeah.
Yeah, or especially like I think a lot of vegans in this deontological, like, make everything an easy set of rules. I think one of the things that they're profoundly neglecting is relationship effects with carnists. I think somebody who is upset about a vegan who is upset about a vegan who would eat something with some egg in it that was accidentally served to them, but who is dating or married to a full-on carnist, is just absurd. That's like incredibly absurd hypocrisy. The one type of consequence for animal suffering is much smaller than the other, and when you're in a relationship and you're supporting somebody, which honestly I do, because I help out my family, right? But I'm going to admit that that's a pretty bad thing that I'm doing in terms of the animals. I'm not going to pretend that it doesn't count, because when I help my sister or my niece or nephew or father, that they're well, what they do with that help, and the fact that they they use the time or the money or whatever that I help them save to exploit animals and cause a lot of unnecessary suffering is not my fault, because it was their choice. Their choice somehow intervened or interposed in the effect of my choice. No, that's bullshit. That's just dishonest, cowardly evasion of the consequences of your own action. It's better to just man up and say that, yeah, whenever I do help a family member or a friend who's a carnist, I am helping support exploitation of animals. And I still choose to do it. And it fits into all the other things that I could be doing morally much better in my life that I'm choosing not to do, like buying this alcohol rather than donating it to effective charities. We don't choose to do everything that's morally optimal, and we never will. And Peter Singer doesn't, and he says that he doesn't, but he's honest, and that's why I respect him.
Yeah, he
versus
basically just says like make sure that your life is just a net positive overall. Yeah, I know something that for me that's a huge net negative that I do is I have a dog and I don't buy him vegan dog food, which is not this is very not vegan. Um, and the main reason being is just because I can't afford the vegan dog food. Um, so it's consistent because if I had a child and I went to the grocery store and the food that I could afford was human flesh food, I would buy the human flesh food. It doesn't mean it's moral. I shouldn't buy the human flesh food, but it's consistent with my uh but
yeah.
I am trying to get him to to get on some vegan dog food. I recently found out that Petco, my local Petco, has some vegan dog food that I can try out. But yeah, I mean, it's basically goes along with what you were saying. It's like I basically just need to own up to what I'm doing. Like I shouldn't be making like excuses. I am supporting the animal holocaust by buying non-vegan dog food.
I think the first talk that I did with Christina van Beek,
Yeah.
I we talked for like 3 hours. I talked a lot about Peter Singer at some point, and I think all of that was cut out. But
I don't think she likes Peter Singer.
well, yeah, I think a lot of that's kind of par for the course. But she was very respectful when I was talking about him, and I think she kind of accepted my saying that he gets more shit than he deserves, given the immense good that he's
Yeah.
done. But one of the things that I was saying is that his biggest legacy, I believe, is not in terms of motivating individual people to go vegan, even though he has done that for a lot of people.
He did that for me. Yeah.
Yeah, but his biggest his biggest legacy is in motivating highly intelligent and capable people of changing the world, especially by inventing products that make it easier and more desirable for a lot more people to go vegan. I think he had a huge impact on the founders of both Beyond and Impossible. And I think that when it comes to something like your difficulties in affording vegan pet food, the kind of people who would create a startup and do the basic science to create very efficient means of production for vegan pet foods are far more likely to be motivated by the arguments of somebody like Singer. And then that trickles down. And then a lot of the same people who hate Singer personally are the ones that are really happy to be able and go and buy the cheap and very nutritionally complete and effective vegan dog foods that are going to be coming out in the near future. So I think utilitarianism, consequentialism has this sort of second tier effect that luckily the deontologists don't recognize. When they shit all over the person who's making the original good arguments, and then they benefit from the great, immense, positive contributions of the altruism driven scientists and venture capitalists who create the products that facilitate our vegan lives.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm glad that they don't realize that. I'm glad they don't know how to like draw all the chains of connection and apply their insane, purity way of thinking to everybody that's affected everybody else. Because I do ultimately think it's insane. You know, I think I don't usually like to be in the habit of going around and calling everybody non-vegan, but when they start calling anybody with a consequentialist approach non-vegan, for saying like, you know, sometimes it's just for saying, bivalves don't seem to be sentient, and the vegan society definition says animal, you know,
Not even
stupid shit
bivalves.
like that.
I've been called vegan for using sea sponges. It's like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Even sea sponges? Like at least there's like maybe some argument because of like nerve ganglia that like bivalves may be sentient, but it's like
Mhm.
even sea sponges. Yeah, yeah. It's
So yeah, I don't, like I said, I'm not in the I don't feel like it's a good habit to go around, shouting at people that they're non-vegan or obsessing too much about definitions. But when they start hurling around that comment, then when they take the gloves off, then yeah, I'm perfectly capable of saying that, if you think that you're not supporting animal exploitation by being in a romantic relationship with a full-on, you know, daily 3 times a day meat eater, just because it's their decision and not your decision, then yeah, okay, I'm willing to just turn it back on them, turn that insult back on them, and say, you don't sound like a vegan to me if you don't think there's any problem with that, because that's causing a hell of a lot more ultimate harm to animals than
are you in a relationship at all?
no, no. But
Yeah, same.
I wouldn't I wouldn't date somebody who wouldn't always eat vegan with me. I'm also, home chef. I'm one of these, vegan home chefs that can make a lot of meat alternatives and stuff too, passable kind of dishes. But if somebody's not going to exclusively eat vegan with me, then I'm not even going to date them. And I'm definitely not going to progress any relationship further without somebody
Yeah,
going
I'm the same
vegan.
way. I'm the same way. I maybe if they're vegetarian, maybe, but essentially like yeah, you have to be vegan in order to be like in a relationship. And the only
I
reason I say
think
vegetarian is because like I feel like I could like there's a higher chance of convincing them to go vegan.
right, because they might
Yeah.
already have some kind of ethical motivation and just not understand that, fully have you know what embrace the reality that, dairy and inevitably causes death. But I think I kind of agree with Carson, reasonable vegan. I think I disagree with him factually on the issue of addiction somewhat. I don't really think that many people are actually like literally addicted to cheese. I find that like that claim kind of silly, but I think that if somebody is the kind of vegetarian that says like I fully understand the harm that this is causing, but it's really really psychologically hard for me to give it up, and I'm working on it. Like if I was to decide to stop consuming alcohol, it wouldn't be a walk in the park. If that's the kind of thing that they were saying about cheese, and then they were going to reduce, and then they were going to try to like eat vegan cheeses that were more like acceptable to them, and there's that kind of like a like breaking of an addiction kind of mentality, then I think I might be able to be with somebody like that, but not somebody who says, this is just my choice and I don't want to like talk anymore about it. I don't want to learn anything more about it or something like that. I think
Yeah.
being in a close relationship with somebody like that, and I guess I'm expressing, I'm confessing to some kind of hypocrisy now, because family relationships are also relationships, and I do help out my overwhelmingly Carnist family members, but romantic relationships are even stronger than that, and the biggest hypocrisy is from the deontologist kind of perspective, where there's only this small subset of the effects that you have that count as like your fault, and then all these other effects that you knowingly have on the world, you somehow rationalize, you use magic words to explain why they're not your fault. Because I didn't really, kill all those chickens. My husband chose to do that, and all I did was, buy them at the store for him. So, that's fucking ludicrous. That's part of the effect of your life choices, and you have to own up to that. It's like the trolley problem too, when Carson was talking to this guy that goes by Vegan Soldier, and Vegan Soldier said at one point, he wouldn't not pull the lever in the original trolley problem, and the phrase he used is he would just let nature take its course. And to me, that's just like a despicable, cowardly, like abdication of your responsibility. You have this choice. You're put in front of this lever, and either 5 people are going to die or 1 person is going to die, and you have the absolute ability to choose between those 2 outcomes. And you just act like, choosing not to decide is not a choice. That's a famous expression, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if you know the Rush lyric. I can't do a Geddy Lee voice, but should I? If you choose not to decide, you still are making a choice. It's a fucking choice. It's a choice to just stand there like a dumbass and not pull the lever and
No,
save
I
4
talked
net
about
lives.
I talked about this with Haas Vegan for a little bit. There's no such thing as a non-action. Like a non-action is an action. Yeah.
Yeah, unless a non-action is just means like things that you have no control over either way, like all the things in the world that you can't be said to have any choice over, like what's happening on the other side of the world right now. But yeah, like a passive. Yeah, we both reject the passive active distinction, right?
Yeah. You should pull the lever.
It's absurd. Yeah, you should absolutely pull the lever. It's the most obvious thing in the world. I don't even understand how. I mean, I guess because there's the psychological thing about would you do it versus whether it would be good, right?
Yeah. Well,
This comes
I
up
even
with Carson a lot.
Yeah, and Carson even says that like he wouldn't do it for 1 million people, which I think is totally absurd.
Has he said he
Like,
wouldn't kill 1 person to save 1 million people, or he wouldn't kill himself to save 1 million people? Because he said to me that he would not kill himself to stop future
well,
equivalent of the Nazi Holocaust from happening, and I just said that's crazy. That is fucking crazy. If I knew that I had the opportunity to kill myself right now to save 6 million people from horrific torture and death, even if it was psychologically hard, I just take whatever drug, I drink enough to get myself into this gung-ho mode, and then I would fucking make the choice to kill myself to save 6 million people.
Yeah, no. So in our original talk, he gave this hypothetical about like, would you kill an innocent person to save 5 people in a burning building? And I'm like, yeah, I would. And he said that he wouldn't do it for 1 million people.
I
Like, what
just
the
think
heck?
I think innumeracy is one of the big problems. You know, our intuitive inability to handle large numbers is it's part of the reason that people get really offended at comparisons between the animal holocaust and human tragedies or human moral atrocities, because it's really easy to intuitively understand the difference between a single human like Anne Frank dying, suffering horribly, and dying in a concentration camp, and all the potential that's lost there for what could have been her future life, right? And the difference between that and the suffering that's caused to a chicken in a factory farm, and the loss of potential experience if that chicken could live out its life, and all of this together, it's easy to understand the difference between Anne Frank and one chicken. Our intuitions do a very good job of that and produce, I think, the obviously correct, the correct response that holds up to rational scrutiny, that Anne Frank was much, much more valuable, a lot more valuable than one chicken. But our intuitions do a terrible job of understanding the numerical difference between 6 million people over a few years versus 70 billion chickens, not including the egg industry. That's just sort of the broiler chicken industry worldwide every single year. 6 million versus 70 billion. Our brains, our moral intuition, our emotions just do it absolutely terrible job of representing those numbers. And that's just so obvious. You don't even have to compare humans to non-humans. You can just look at when people see on the news that there was a tragedy on the other side of the world, they seem to feel almost equally as bad if there were 5,000 victims or 500,000 victims.
Yeah, for sure.
Nobody feels 100 times as bad when they hear about a tragedy involving 500,000 victims as one that involves 5,000 victims. Nobody. That's impossible. The human brain cannot do that. If you think about what the grief feels like when you lose a loved one, it's impossible for your brain to feel 100 times as much grief as that. So our emotions can't do it. So what has to do it? Our rational analysis of the numbers and what the numbers mean has to do the work, because our emotions, our moral emotions can't, they were evolved to handle this, tribal scale, the scale of small hunter-gatherer tribes, where, basically nothing could affect more than maybe 20 people that you really ought to care about. That's where our emotions and our intuitions come from. And so when we're dealing with things that involve really large numbers or really low probabilities, we need to use our consequentialist rational calculations to make decisions. And it seems like I don't want somebody who's a strong deontologist to be in charge of anything important. I definitely don't want them to be in charge of making decisions about highway safety or safety testing of pharmaceuticals, or balancing energy, the value of energy production against risks to the environment. I want really good consequentialists who know how to crunch numbers to be in charge of those things.
Yeah, something that's really, I think, is really interesting is that, like, how our like our emotions play into suffering, where it's like, I'm forgetting the book, but there's this lady that wrote this book where she basically makes the argument where it's like, theoretically, someone can experience the same amount of suffering from getting the wrong colored car, as like being a Jew in the Holocaust. But at the same time, it's
is
like,
that a counterfactual thought experiment, or is that some psychologist
well, I think it's
concluded that?
some like psychologist that like wrote this book. It comes from some book, and I'm forgetting the name of it. I heard it from, I haven't read the book, but I heard the idea from the like Charisma on Command podcast. It's called, the podcast is called something different now. I think it's called like the like catching up with Charlie or something like this. But
That relates to the concept of the utility monster, right? You know the utility monster.
Yeah, I know the utility monster. And in what way does this like?
If somebody just said, if yeah, or if no, well, the original version is if there were one person who it was just true of their consciousness that if they ever didn't get exactly what they wanted in any way, such as getting the wrong color of car, they would experience more suffering than the total suffering of all other sentient beings in existence, then every consequentialist should devote all of their energies to making sure that this person got whatever they wanted at all times, right?
Yeah.
But that definitely seems absurd. and you could say that they're impossible, but there are sort of real world applications of that. And I thought of this one, especially being a teacher and dealing with all sorts of kids, if I imagine that this is kind of a hedonist versus a objective list consequentialist kind of a kind of symmetry breaker. Imagine that you're in charge of these kids, and some of the kids, when if they were to break their arm, they would just sort of like, it would hurt, but they would sort of stoically, deal with it and what's necessary to get it in a cast, and then the discomfort of wearing the cast, and they would sort of tend to have limited amount of overall suffering from that broken arm. And then you have these other kids that are, the wimpy kids, the kids whose psychology would just magnify the pain, magnify the fear of going to the hospital, magnify the discomfort of wearing the cast and all of this stuff. And should my intuition as a caretaker for all these kids be, prior to any of them breaking their arm, should it be like I should spend 100 times more effort, like caring about the safety of these wimpy kids so that they don't break their arm, just because they'd be much more wimpy if they did. That seems really counterintuitive, and it seems like the kind of objective list consequentialist who says that as a caretaker you should be trying to minimize the broken arms rather than minimize the suffering from broken arms, which would mean virtually ignoring the more stoic kind of kids and focusing almost all your attention on the really wimpy kids. That does seem kind of crazy. It does seem like minimizing the broken arms seems like the right way to go. And then, the fact that the wimpy kids would experience much more suffering when they have their broken arm. That's kind of tricky, right? That
Well,
that really
I
does
mean,
put
yeah,
hedonism in
you could
conflict.
you could definitely definitely focus on the minimizing broken arms, and then once the broken arms happen, um,
Mhm.
you can then focus on the wimpy kids.
Yeah, but it seems like strict hedonism would say that prior to the broken arms, if you know about these kids' personalities, that you should overwhelmingly focus your attention on the ones that are gonna psychologically that are gonna suffer the most from the exact same physical injury. Right? That's what strict hedonism ought to predict.
Sure. I mean, you should definitely like in the reduction of broken arms and restricting broken arms from happening. You should definitely focus more on the wimpy kids, I think.
Mm-hmm. But so a little bit or in complete proportion to how much their wimpiness would increase their suffering.
Oh, yeah.
Because then I think you have a sort of balance, you have a sort of compromise between strict hedonism and strict objectivist consequentialism, don't you?
That's an interesting question. I'm not. Yeah, I have to think about that. So, yeah, I would say definitely focus more on the wimpy kids. I don't know how much more. Uh,
But if you were a pure
and
hedonist, you'd say that all I'm trying to do is I'm trying to minimize suffering. I'm not trying to minimize broken arms and any reason why. Like so Jerome, imagine that instead of the wimpy kids, just being kids that we might like psychologically call wimpy. Imagine that this subset of kids had some kind of like a easily like diagnosable physical condition where their nerves just sent more pain signals. It's just like a genetic disorder where doctors could say they just got this nerve disorder. If they break their arm, just their brain just getting a lot more pain. Then it seems really intuitive to
yeah,
say that you should focus, you know,
yeah,
correspondingly greater effort on making sure those kids don't break their arms. But
yeah,
it's when it seems like a somehow moral personality characteristic of the kid that they're wimpy, that you shouldn't um, you shouldn't completely increase your attention to their physical harm based upon their increased subjective suffering. Like that's different. Like the physical condition that shoots more pain signals is very, very different intuitively than somebody just being a wimp about getting hurt.
yeah. That's just interesting. And intuitions are often wrong,
Sure. Yeah.
which is. But I feel like these at least this time intuitions are probably right as far as pain goes. It's like, yeah, I feel like if they're feeling more pain, they probably deserve more attention. Absolutely.
The so all the kids, not just the ones with the genetic disorder, but the ones that just psychologically respond to any kind of harm or setback by producing a lot of negative emotions. The people that we would colloquially call wimpy, they they deserve more attention to prevent them from being harmed.
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm. That's yeah. That. It's really maybe. I mean, we do have a substantive and not just a semantic disagreement, and I guess Bentham's bulldog might bite that same bullet that you're biting in support of hedonism. It's hard for me to bite. That seems it seems like you can have a sustainable consequentialism without biting that bullet by saying that something like you don't have to go to objective list consequentialism. I think you can have an experientialist kind of consequentialism that's saying something like I guess you'd have to say having a broken arm and getting over it by stoically accepting it and working through it is a better kind of life experience than being wimpy and having people go out of their way to protect you from broken arms. Something along those lines. I think if I want to keep being an experientialist, that's the kind of thing I have to say. I have to sort of say that that the Stoic sort of life is a better kind of experience in some way than the and emotionally protected, bubble wrapped kind of interaction with the world. Because if you, I mean, the only other answers seem to be to bite the bullet and say, yeah, we should just care a lot more about the wimpier people, or to give up experientialism and go to objective list consequentialism and say just like we're about saving lives and preventing physical injuries and preventing starvation and things like that, that doesn't have to ultimately come down to the experiences. It seems like a hard trilemma for me. You're on the same page? It makes sense what I'm saying. It's hard for me to say that we should. It seems like a smaller, like more real world version of the utility monster to say we should just disproportionately care about the objective harm to individuals based upon how sensitive they are. And I think I would have to come down on the side of saying that the second possibility, that that seems the most plausible to me, that there's a intrinsic value to a sort of stoic life that that learns how to avoid suffering, in a Buddhist sort of way, that makes it intrinsically better than a life that is especially tuned to acutely experience suffering and then kind of places moral demands on other people to prevent that suffering from happening. Is that crazy?
I'm thinking, yeah, I do you, like how far do you apply that like stoic suffering type deal? Because surely like there's a point where you suffer so much that like this stoic sort of ability to deal with the suffering isn't going to be enough, and where you kind of should probably ought to value the protection of.
Yeah. I mean, it really does seem hard. What if yeah, because I don't feel like there should be. I don't normally think in terms of these categorical distinctions, like believing that there's some kind of like fundamental ontological difference between. Because I'm not inclined to believe. I don't believe in any kind of libertarian free will either. And I don't, or any kind of like mind body dichotomy, right? So
Yeah.
or dualism. So I think there shouldn't, in principle, be any difference between having somebody having a genetic disorder where when they break their arm, their nerves send them a lot more pain than normal people, versus somebody whose nerves work normally, but their psychology is such that when they get hurt, they're what we colloquially call a wimp, and they just experience a whole bunch more psychological pain than most people would. I don't, in principle, think that there should be like there's a categorical difference between those two things, but my moral intuitions keep telling me that there's a huge difference between those two things. I think maybe I should reject my moral intuitions, but it's pretty hard for me to conclude that we should be at the mercy of tending more to the objective physical needs of people just because they're more psychologically sensitive to harm.
Yeah, I don't know if I mean, I feel like physical harm definitely like is more likely to cause more harm, but like psychological harm, like I feel like it definitely has the ability to have the same level of harm as physical harm does, and I don't see much of a difference.
So what if the nefarious animal ag industry came up with some additive to their cow flesh, and here's what it did: it made people who ate it for a while develop this kind of addiction where attempting to go off it caused them greater agony than cows feel in factory farms and slaughterhouses. Even though they deliberately introduced it for that purpose, Is it straightforward as a consequentialist to say, well, now by the same reasoning that led me to say, the suffering of the cows is so much greater than the pleasure to the humans, now, things have changed, situation has changed, and now the suffering of the humans is from not eating beef is much higher than the suffering of the cows.
Yeah, I mean, of course. I mean, yeah, I mean, of course. Like you have to definitely say that like the creation of that drug would be a bad thing. But once the drug's created and we're all have this addiction, Definitely, we should continue eating meat.
Yeah, so I have that same intuition, but then imagine that it wasn't. Imagine that it. This is where I was going to go with that in relation to the talking about the kids with the broken arms. Now imagine that it wasn't this physical, you know, chemical or whatever that was introduced by the industry, but imagine it was just people who eat beef just kind of deciding to get way more wimpy. They're somehow like cultivating personalities that go from like the current carnist whining about having to give up the things that they're used to eating to just be like way more hypersensitive to, you know, substituting their cow flesh with a plant-based alternative. And they were somehow able to do some kind of crazy meditation where they just became like way wimpier people. Now, then, should we say now it's a lot more acceptable for you to continue to eat cow flesh and cause this huge harm and suffering to cows? It's more it's at least relatively more acceptable just because you made yourself wimpier in terms of switching to vegan alternatives. That's what seems especially crazy, that we would like proportionately reward somebody for just becoming like way less stoic in their ability to do the right thing and just way more wimpy and amplifying their own suffering and making a change. That doesn't seem right.
Maybe I'm too tired and too drunk, but I did not follow that. I don't.
So you have the current situation and how you evaluate the moral situation of a carnist eating cow flesh all the time, you know, who doesn't want to change from, say, their cow burger to a Beyond Burger. Okay, imagine that guy, and then now that guy changes himself by like pondering, like doing whatever meditation, or changes his psychology to where now he's going to be a lot more pissy and wimpy and like cry a lot more about having to ever eat a Beyond Burger. Right.
Okay.
Now, does that make it more acceptable for him to eat a cow burger in terms of a Beyond Burger because he made himself wimpier? Because now it's a bigger sacrifice for him. That's what seems kind of crazy.
I don't know. I think sure. I mean, like what seems crazy to me is that he is the one that's like doing these meditations, but then again, like if you're someone like me who doesn't believe in free will, it's like you didn't really have a choice to not do these meditations, right? So yeah, I think so. I think if there's like a psychological thing that's pushing him away from trying these Beyond Burgers, sure, yeah.
But what if he does it as a strategy?
As
if
a
he
strategy,
says, what if he says,
yeah.
you know, there's this societal pressure, like the world is consequentialist, and these consequentialists are concluding, they're saying, you know, it's rational to conclude that I'm very, very wrong because I'm causing this much greater suffering and exploitation to cows than the tiny amount of pleasure that I'd have to give up by switching from cow burgers to Beyond. And he goes, well, you know, I know how to get those consequentialists off my back. I'll just train my mind to feel much more terrible whenever I have to eat a Beyond Burger, something like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it definitely wouldn't increase like total utility, but well, I guess if he trained his mind enough to where the pleasure of eating the Beyond Burger is higher than, or the pleasure of eating the beef burger is higher than,
But if somebody used that as a
yeah,
strategy, if somebody had the ability to do that and they were like, I'm gonna hijack and crosswire these consequentialists by making my own suffering at not doing the thing that I currently want to do much higher, then should we as consequentialists say like, okay, guy who deliberately set out to to counteract our previous judgment by making yourself way more wimpy about not getting what you want, we should now reward you?
yeah, that's an interesting question. That's really because intuitively, it does not feel good. Yeah, I don't want to reward him for picking the dark side, and not just picking the dark side, but like changing himself purposefully to like go to the dark side. Yeah,
making the world a worse place directly in order to get other people who want to make the world a better place to give him the thing that he selfishly originally wanted. That kind of hijacking of other people's ethical consequentialism. That seems like a kind of issue that it might be useful to confront. I'm starting to feel it now. I originally felt like very sober when I started talking with you, and I've been drinking kind of quickly, so that's good.
Oh, very good. Very good. I need to get more. It's currently, I don't know where you're from, but it's currently 3 a.m. where I am. So
yeah, I'm in California.
Okay,
it's
so
2 a.m. I guess.
Yeah, so we're in similar time zones, but I need more alcohol. So one sec.
Okay, yeah, I'll get another beer too. Right.
Very good.
So anything else on your mind, or did you want to keep that topic going, or do you have something else?
So what's on my mind is you're drinking the good stuff. I'm drinking this sort of so I bought what's on sale, which is these Bud Light seltzer sodas. It was only it was $10 for a 12-pack, which is a steal of a deal. But you got, what do you got? You got brandy, you said?
Yeah, it's bourbon, and
Bourbon?
actually the last of my bourbon, and then it's got these Trader Jose Mexican style beers.
Amazing. Yeah, I've always liked Trader Joe's. I'm from Utah, and Utah you can't buy wine in the at the grocery store. So we don't get Trader Joe's wine. Or Trader Joe's yeah. So or anything like that. So I have to go to the liquor store to get anything like special, and Trader Joe's doesn't have any of their stuff at the liquor store, so it's kind of a shame.
So, want to introduce a new topic? Did you hear any of my talk with Carson about violence and about the concept of making something illegal?
No, I didn't. What's the? I know Carson's like a libertarian, so I would assume like a lot of like the uh non-aggression principle probably got brought up.
Yeah, he describes himself that way too, and I kind of think of myself as a moderate libertarian, and I have a libertarian past, and I think that Carson
I
is
do as well. I do as well. Yeah.
um,
The first person I ever voted for was Gary Johnson.
okay.
Yeah.
I was a non-voting libertarian for a long time, but I think I may have voted when I was very young, and it probably would have been for Harry Brown with Joe Jorgensen as his VP nominee. Very young Joe Jorgensen.
But I've moved
old.
past that. I'm probably more of like your stereotypical like well, I don't know if stereotypical is the right word, but like I'm a Democrat, I'd say. I mean, I'm like a Destiny type, progressive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm moderated a lot, because I definitely do put ethical consequentialism first. So I'm not,
Yeah.
there's this huge deontological stranded libertarianism that annoys the hell out of me.
It comes a lot
That
from I think
like
it
shout
comes
the
a lot
word
from
like rights all the time.
yeah. Ayn Rand and what's his name? A lot of the Constitution comes from him.
What? One of the founding fathers?
No, not a founding father. The founding fathers were
Constitution.
influenced by him. John Locke.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I also have a Randian background. I'm not going to say objectivist because that's a stupid, like, inaccurate term. But
Yeah.
yeah, I was into Rand as a teenager and young adult. I was probably over it by the time I was 21 or so. But I see these kind of signals in Carson, and then I not so active lately, but I was sort of active in the deprogramming of Randian nonsense for several years. I think her philosophical arguments are really, really shoddy, and they're like they've been a hindrance to good libertarian arguments, and just kind of her irrationality has just warped so many young minds that I think it's worthwhile to try to do what we can to cure people from it and give them better alternatives. And I think that, this guy that really influenced me in my veganism, Michael Huemer, I kind of knew him online in the old Usenet days, early days of the internet. He's a philosopher in Colorado. If you don't know who Michael Huemer is, you definitely gotta look at Michael Huemer. His blog is called Fake News. Fake News. Fake NOUS. Like the Greek word for mind. One of the best puns ever.
It's a Substack.
It's Substack, yeah. And I mean, you'll see everything there, but he's got a lot of great books. His most famous book is called The Problem with Political Authority. That's a case for anarcho-capitalism. But his animal ethics book is called Dialogues on Ethical Vegetarianism.
Signing up for a Substack right now. Let's see.
It's really good. But he also has this old, really, he wrote a resource a long time ago called, objections to objectivist ethics or something like that. He has this really like point by point philosophical takedown of Rand's argumentation, and needless to say, Rand doesn't fare very well when she's scrutinized by an actual philosopher who
Yeah.
can tell good arguments from bad arguments. So yeah, that comes up. I haven't really pressed Carson on that or talked with him too much about it, but I think he has this this lingering like Randian idea that that somehow ethical egoism will produce the like similar results to ordinary common sense kind of ethical thinking, and not being a horrible person. And it just doesn't. Rand talked a lot about ethical egoism, and then she did all these like funny, bad, crazy equivocations, and then she came up at something that was kind of like a standard American normal common sense ethic with maybe like a little more support for big business or something like that. But she didn't follow ethical egoism where it actually leads. And so I think Carson is trying to do the same kind of like reconciliation, that he could be a complete egoist, and he says all the time like he wouldn't sacrifice himself for huge things like stopping another Holocaust, or like if there were, he says things like, if there were any like significant harm to his own health, then he would just abandon veganism. But luckily there's no significant harm whatsoever to his health. So he's then free as an egoist to also be an ethical vegan.
Yeah, that seems.
That's Randian kind of like evasive, like delusional thinking in my mind.
Yeah, it seems absolutely crazy to me. It's like, yeah, like I feel like if my health was declining for being vegan, I feel like I should still be vegan.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I don't think it. Yeah.
It depends how much, and a lot of vegans have. That was one of the interesting points that Alex O'Connor brought up with Ed Winters in their conversation a long time ago. Was what if what we had to give up was on average 1 year of our lives, or 5 years, or 20 years. There's some point at which I would psychologically be unable to be vegan if the personal cost to myself was too high. But then there's another point where it might be morally acceptable for me to not be vegan. I think those are different points.
Yeah,
think,
it's the same with my dog and feeding him non-vegan dog food. It's like it's immoral to feed him non-vegan dog food, but it's like a psychological sort of.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, people who do things that are morally right, that increase moral rightness, but that are psychologically hard. We have words for them, like heroes. Yeah. That's kind of basically what a hero is, right? Somebody who sacrifices a smaller benefit for a greater benefit in ways that are really, really hard for most people. And if somebody sacrifices like a larger benefit for a smaller benefit, we don't call them a hero. We just call them an idiot, right? And if somebody does something that produces a much better benefit than the cost, but it's also easy, we just don't call them a hero. And so we wouldn't tend, like when we're asking people to go vegan, like I wouldn't normally think of that as heroic, because it's a really small sacrifice to yourself. But if it were the case that if it were the case in a hypothetical world that going vegan would like cut our remaining lifespan in half, then I think it would probably still be, almost certainly still be morally better to do.
Yeah.
But then the people who did it would be heroes, instead of just like, you know, okay, nice, you finally did the right thing. They would be heroes worthy of admiration. But in either case, going vegan would still be the right thing.
Yeah.
But then whether I would do it, whether I would be a hero, and what do I statistically have? I'm turning 47 in like a little over a week. So maybe statistically I have like 35 more years or something like that. If that was going to get cut in half, then by staying vegan, then it would still be right for me to stay vegan, obviously. Like that calculation is not that hard to do. I can easily, I mean, assuming it doesn't mean like, I'm assuming that it's either vegan or like eat like large amounts of like chickens and pigs and fish in every meal. Not,
Yeah.
not vegan versus I have to introduce some like bivalves to my diet or something, right? But if it's that choice, then the easy calculation is that it would still be morally right for me to not eat chickens and pigs and live 17 years rather than eat them and live 35 years. But maybe I wouldn't do it because it would be a thing I'd have to, I'd have to be a hero to be able to do. Or in the current situation, I can do the right thing in that respect, and it doesn't require like a heroic level of motivation. It just requires, almost no sacrifice, just like a little bit of social sacrifice on my part, because my health is actually better by being vegan, and my predicted lifespan is longer. But we ought to, yeah, we ought to honestly talk about that, because that's the kind of question that a lot of thoughtful carnists are going to have for us, right? Is like, you say veganism is only about the animals, it's not about health. I mean, people all over social media say that, right? But if it's not about health at all, then you're saying that it would still be right, even if it meant that you only had a year to live. And or it would still be obvious, like it might still be right. It might still be right if we only had a year to live. But
Well, so that's the thing is so for me, veganism is about ethics, right? It's about and health ties into ethics, right? But it's not about health; it's about the ethics, if that makes sense.
right.
Where it's like you said, it's like even if we just had a year to live, if the ethical consequences was big enough, then then we would still have an obligation, even if it was just a year.
Oh, so obligation.
So okay, so when I say when I say obligation, what I take that as, what I mean that as, maybe this is like not what most people mean, but it just means what's like deductively necessary based on your moral framework. So yeah, so like obligation is just like if you have this sort of preference, like I have a preference towards reducing suffering, and increasing well-being,
Mhm.
um, then then I have an obligation to be vegan, or I have an obligation to not
Mm.
stab my mom in the throat or whatever. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. So what about obligations to um, pursue the career that will earn you the highest income and then donate as much of it as you possibly can, 80-90% of it to charities and live as frugally as you possibly can? Is that an obligation?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, this might be drunk me talking, but I think so.
Mm. So I think, that word is a real sticking point for me too. And I think I think consequentialism is scalar. I think I think moral rightness and wrongness is scalar. It's a continual dimension with infinity, negative infinity to infinity. Um, and So I don't think moral obligation really makes any sense.
Gotcha.
The way people tend to be using it, I think things are just morally righter or wronger than other things, and they can be very righter or very wronger. um,
Yeah, that makes sense.
and So you could sometimes, like, colloquially, I would use obligation. I would use terms like have to, um, in moral terms, but then I'm just kind of colloquially using it the same way we use terms on other, like, scalar dimensions that just mean like a rather extreme end of the scale. So, if we talk about physical attractiveness, there's words like gorgeous, and they mean like very physically attractive, but they don't mean that there's some kind of sharp dividing line, like threshold, that when you cross it, you go from being not gorgeous to gorgeous. They just kind of mean that on this continuous scale, like, somebody is located way out here on the right hand side, right? And and or there's just so many examples of it, right? Like, uh an afternoon can be warmer or cooler. There's this whole continuous range of temperatures, and then you can use a word like sweltering, and there's no, like, dividing line where something crosses from being not sweltering to sweltering. It just means like really, really, really warm, really hot, right? So I think morality is like that, and so you can say that an action is an obligation, and you just sort of mean that it would be way, way morally better for you to do that action than not do that action. Like Singer's example of in the life you can not in life you can save, in famine, affluence, and morale, and famine, affluence, and
Talking about the drowning child.
yeah, the drowning. Yeah, what is it?
Yeah,
Morality? Is that the last word? It doesn't seem right.
I thought I was in the life you can save, right? Or
Oh, I guess that's his original paper that I'm thinking of. Famine, affluence, and morality, I think. Yeah. Yeah, the
yeah,
drowning child example, right? Yeah.
yeah,
Um, like, it's just so much better for you to, like, ruin your new shoes and save a child than go about your way and save your shoes. That
yeah. And we actually talked about this early in the stream, and I bring up the response, where you have tons and tons of drowning kids,
mm,
and then your bank account has been like taken over,
mhm, mhm,
every 5 minutes they're taking $200 out, and it takes you exactly 5 minutes to save the one of the drowning kids. Where it's like, surely you should save at least a few
mhm,
of the drowning kids, or quite a few of the drowning kids. but eventually you're gonna want to have to go to the bank to stop the bank from taking away all your assets.
I mean, I think the most philosophically coherent thing to say about that kind of situation is that every child you save would be morally better, literally, until you're so poor and in such a suffering state that you know that you're going to be worse than the entire loss of the child's life.
Yeah.
I mean,
How
assuming
many?
that the child is not going to grow up to be a carnist, because that's another implication, right? If the
Yeah, for
child's going to
sure.
grow up to be an average person, in our society, then they're probably going to cause like huge aggregate harm to non-human animals, and so, but that's not supposed to be part of the
Well,
thought experiment, right?
yeah,
Um,
but
but
yeah, it's
so
like
so
how
what
many?
what I would say about that is, yeah, that saving more and more children until all your money's gone, it keeps being the morally better thing to do, but that yeah, that we're not psychologically going to do it, just like um, we
I
psychologically
don't. Well,
already
I
don't
don't
do a
know. It's
lot of
like
things that we could do to make the world better. Just like Peter Singer gives, probably maybe like 20% of his wealth to charities, maybe more of it indirectly, but he doesn't live absolutely as frugally as he possibly can and give 90% of it.
yeah. But I mean, at
No.
the same time, it's like how many children can you save before you become the drowning child? Um,
Yeah, I mean that would happen at some
yeah,
point, but the thing, you know, whatever that point is, it would be moral to keep saving more and more children until you reach that point, and then that would be the point. That's the point that we call heroic. You know,
yeah,
it's
and
like,
you would most likely go to the bank before you reach that point.
I mean,
Yeah,
we as just sort of everyday people, we're talking about like hypothetical drowning children, but isn't that what actual 9/11 first responders did?
yeah,
You know, is they said, even at this brink of personal destruction, I'm going to make this calculation of a somewhat higher chance of saving at least one life that's equally or more valuable than my own, and hopefully two or more lives. Right? People have done that, and just ordinary morality regards what they did as morally correct, morally superior to not doing it. And then we also acknowledge that it's psychologically very difficult, and the combination of those two judgments is what we call heroic. And we implicit in that is the idea that it would have been morally right for everyone to accept that kind of trade-off, but we also know that most of us wouldn't. It's still the right trade-off to make, right? As long as there's actually a greater chance of improving the world by more than you sacrifice. That's just what heroism is, and somebody who in that iterated case of Singer's child in the pond kept saving more and more children until they were completely destitute. That would just be a hero, I would think. Literally until the point where they harmed themselves or indirectly harmed their family or whatever by more the benefit to the children that were saved. That would be the point where you would stop being heroic and you would start being stupid.
Yeah.
But everything between the point where it would be very, very psychologically hard, but still morally right, to the point where it would actually harm you more than the people, more than the beings that you saved. All that intermediate area is the area of like increasing levels of heroism. That seems
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, and definitely I feel like most people would their psychology would stop them from being a hero, and they would eventually go to the bank. And that's interesting. There's something you said that was I thought would be fun to talk about. Was like assuming that they weren't Carnus. I feel like even if they were Carnus, you probably ought to save them. Maybe. Just because I feel like the world is becoming vegan. And I believe that because I think we all have the desire for well-being, and it's almost like the world is moving almost in like a teleological like sense where we like the
you
I feel like
believe
the
in
world
the moral arc of justice or some
I feel
Martin
like the
Luther
world is
King's phrase.
I feel like the world is becoming a better and better place because we all have the same goal of increasing well-being. Whether we sort of realize it or not, I think we have that collective goal, and uh,
Yeah.
the increase of factory farming and stuff like this actually comes from in some way comes from an increase of well-being because we've increased the ability to produce food and things like this. But eventually I think we will move towards veganism because it's more sustainable and it's better for the animals and it's better, things like this.
Mm-hmm.
And
I have very
so
similar intuitions. Yeah.
so going along with this, I also hold like the position that Destiny holds. So he had mentioned this with his conversation with Alex O'Connor, and most of that conversation was actually really bad. Destiny gave really bad arguments for a lot of things, but something he said that was I agreed with is that like as humans work together, uh, utility actually compounds, where it's like if someone has 5 utility points and the other person has 5 utility points and they come together, they don't have 10, they have 15.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of because of that, and then going along with this idea that like we have this collective desire for a world with of well-being, I feel like more people the better because we will collectively like faster move towards a world of non-factory farming. And
Could you just clarify? I'm just interested in what you mean by collective desire. Do you mean something like a subconscious, a deep subconscious Jungian kind of thing, or do you mean something like that that individual humans are kind of like cells in an organism, and like the organism itself has a kind of direction and will that we individual cells don't necessarily have in a sense,
so
or something
okay,
else.
so I believe like well-being to be like a mind state. Okay, and we kind of sort of talked about this, right? So well-being is like a mind state, and the things that bring about this mind state tend to be agreed upon collectively. So right? Like I could say like I can put a million people into a torture chamber, or I can not put a million people into a torture chamber, and we would like agree about what would maximize well-being versus like increase suffering. Um, yeah, does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, I think I know what I'm going to say to that. I'm going to take a few minutes break to take my sister's Carnus dog here out to relieve himself, and then I'll be
Amazing.
right
Okay,
back.
sounds good.
All right. All right.
Right on, right on, right on.
Yeah. um. Okay, so I I guess I generally believe in an overall, at least teleological seeming moral improvement in society, and I think I don't know how confident I am, but I think that the thing that I most suspect is that, you know, the Flynn effect kind of things, that our cognitive tools are making people smarter, combined with the very strong, you know, evidence that IQ is negatively correlated with violence and other kinds of destructive behavior, make me think that that morally, I already believe that morally realism is true, but it makes me strengthen in that belief, and that more and more people are becoming smarter, and we're discovering moral truths. I think that's the most consistent, Occam's razor kind of simple explanation for progress on so many moral issues. And then I agree with you that the increase in animal agriculture, that's so horrible in the short term, is a kind of, it seems like a kind of growing pains that's associating with the humanity elevating itself out of a history of subsistence level poverty, and that that veganism is sort of the next phase that's going to transform that, that focus on greater human well-being that's fueling factory farming into a sentientist, well-being for all sentient creatures. And so I don't want to be blasé about the continuing increase in the number of non-human animals that are suffering, and the worst atrocity that there's ever been. But historically speaking, it looks like there's something like the developed world leading the rest of the world in many moral dimensions, and progress on things like racial issues, gender issues, sexual orientation, interracial relationships, the role of religion in life, so many other things. That there is a sort of moral arc carrying humanity forward, and veganism seems to be in the forefront of that. It really does seem to be the societies that are moral leaders, the strongest moral leaders in so many other directions and so many other dimensions, that are going vegan the fastest and leading the development of veganism. So we're in an extremely painful and horrific time, but it does look to me like growing pains toward a future where veganism is going to win. And then even things beyond, moral progress is going to continue beyond that, beyond what we ordinarily call veganism. And it's going to involve, doing what we can about wild animal suffering and other things like that. And so many other things, dealing with aging and so-called natural death, that's going to be an important thing.
Yeah, and LASIK eye surgery.
Yeah,
These are my old glasses.
Oh, so
I had
nice.
dude, I had a terrible prescription. I had I got PRK eye surgery. So yeah, these are my old prescription glasses.
Wow. Oh my goodness. I could never. I might be too old for. They usually don't do it on people beyond a certain age, but I don't have. I can't benefit from LASIK anyway because I don't have cornea problems. I have I have lazy eye, like very severe farsightedness. I don't need my
Oh,
glass. Sometimes I forget that I'm not wearing my glasses in the morning when I'm going about my day until I look at something to read. So I have a muscle problem in my right eye.
I was born with a lazy eye, and that I had surgery to fix it. They I guess they shortened the muscle, um.
Hmm.
So I can't go cross-eyed. I can try, but
Have you ever been able to see one of those magic eye pictures?
no, I can't.
I never have in my life. Okay,
Yeah,
wow, a kindred spirit. Those
yeah, I
things are
can't I
so
can't see
goddamn
them.
frustrating. People claiming to see like a bunch of frolicking dolphins. It's just
Yeah,
it's
I'm like I
just
had I just see scribbles. That's all I see.
I hate those things with a passion. I
Yeah,
can't
exactly.
cross my eyes. I can't do anything like that. I can't. Um, yeah, and actually, I was probably I was actually probably in grad school before before I knew that normal people can read for longer than about half an hour without having to take a little break to rest their eyes.
Oh wow.
I went through my entire high school and undergraduate education. Yeah, reading for maybe like 30, 40 minutes and then like going and like massaging my eyes for 10 minutes before I went back to reading and having eye strain whenever I had to read really, really
That's
long
wild. I've never had
parchment eyes.
eye I've never had eye issues. I've had focus problems of like not being able to focus long enough to read 30 minutes. But I've never had like eye issues where like my eyes got tired after 30 minutes of reading.
It's crazy because
Yeah.
it just intuitive to somebody who's experiencing that, it just intuitively makes sense because it's just like all your other muscles. When you run, you need to like take a little breather.
Yeah, for sure.
You need to like rest your legs a little bit, you know. Like why would eyes be any different?
Yeah, for
That's
sure.
just how it
Yeah.
seemed to me until an eye doctor was like, I think you might have some muscle issue going on. Because when I was a kid, I was always, I was passing the eye tests at 2020 because I could like strain and focus for a short amount of time.
Yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah.
then, then I'm like 24 or something. And the doctor's like, you might have a muscle thing. And then I said like, oh yeah, like, you know, usually I could only go like such amount of time before I need to rest. And he's like, that's not normal. And I said, but I should be able to read for longer, like an hour before I rest my eyes. And he's like, he like, got like this, like he'd probably seen it before sometimes, but got this like really distinctive look on his face. He
He's
said
like,
like, no,
some
people can like sit and read a whole book for like many
something's
hours.
wrong here. Yeah.
Uh, that's
Yeah,
also
that's yeah.
so this is like since we're talking about like weird things. I'm also aphantasic, and this comes up in my mind thinking about veganism too. You know what that means?
Aphantasic?
I don't have visual imagination or really any senses. Maybe only speech, not even other kinds of sounds. Definitely not music. I close my eyes and you ask me to like think about a beach scene or whatever. I can't make a picture of a beach. I just think about the concept of beaches. And
That's gnarly.
people
Yeah.
that are like me, that you can look up all these like stories on the internet. Lots of people have written about when they discover that they're aphantasic and that we're the minority because we never have any clue that we're a minority usually until like well into adulthood when
Because
we read
it's all
about
you
it.
it's all you know. Yeah, yeah.
That's all we know. And there's some really good accounts of people figuring that out. But one of the things that it's associated with is lower rates of PTSD and lower PTSD symptoms, because you're not bringing back like sensory input from the trauma that you've experienced. And so that's pretty relevant to veganism, and things like watching Dominion. So I have very strong responses when I watch that footage, which I make sure to watch periodically, to just kind of like emotionally remind myself. But outside of like a occasional dream, it like in my daily life, those like images and sounds and even the experience of witnessing pigs going into slaughterhouse, they're memories to me, but they're memories as facts, and the sort of sensory stimuli can't just suddenly come back to me. You can't just say like, if you just mention male chicks in the egg industry going into a blender, I think about that fact and I calculate how horrible it is, and then I have like a factual memory of how horrific it was when I was actually watching it, but I don't get like the sight and sound of it like
Yeah.
coming back to my mind in any way at all.
So immediately when you said male chicks in the egg industry, I imagined the chicks going into like the blender and being chopped up. That's so
Yeah.
wild that you don't think that. Yeah.
So I think about that a lot in terms of myself versus other vegans, and what things mean to them, and on one hand count my blessings, but on the other hand, it's maybe kind of harder to relate to a lot of other people in society, because when I'm trying to make somebody who's currently a carnist make that transition, maybe I'm underappreciating. It's like how psychologically hard it is for them. Maybe aphantasics are not so good at that.
Do you have any experience with like psychedelics?
Yeah, a little bit. A long time. I never taken LSD, but took some mushrooms a long time ago, and got a lot of visuals from it. But those visuals didn't they didn't create like visual memories. Like they didn't overcome the aphantasia. Like the day after, I couldn't like create a visual memory of the visuals that I experienced while I was on them. Right.
Well, I'm just asking because like psychedelics may help you relate to like non-vegans more. So yeah, so it's like I have like a sort of a specific example of like I was on LSD one time, and I in the past have been very much like annoyed with picky eaters and people who are like picky with like the types of like blankets they like, like people who are very like texture oriented and stuff like this. And I was on acid, and I was very like particular noises like freaked me out, and like particular textures freaked me out, and particular foods freaked me out, and it really made me like realize, or at least like empathize with people that weren't like as open to new experiences as I was. And it almost kind of permanently, because because like even today I have this sort of like I can like as I'm uh starting to like maybe judge people for their like pickiness, I revert back to that experience that I had when I was on LSD. And I think like, oh, okay, like I can sort of empathize with this person. Yeah, I don't know.
That's really profound. Yeah. Um, so I don't know. This kind of thing of knowing now how I'm in the minority, and this it seems to be like a very important psychological characteristic. I don't know how that should morally and practically affect like my my thinking about non-vegans going vegan, and about also about the experiences of vegans when they experience different things in the world. I don't know as an aphantasic, whether like when I walk past like on the street, walk past the big old like butcher's display, and it pisses me off, and it sort of factually reminds me of gives me that dystopian like like knowledge that we're living in a horribly immoral society. um, but I don't know how much quote unquote normal people, or whatever, normally like phantasic people, when they walk past that same display, they don't just have they don't just they're not just like offended or annoyed in this abstract way like I am, but does it bring back the images that they saw in Dominion or in similar kinds of footage? Does that trigger that sort of re-experience of the sensations in their minds? And then what does that mean? What does that mean? How I should think about other vegans versus myself, and what I should expect myself to be able to do versus them, and what kind of methods of activism and advocacy should I think it's my responsibility to take that maybe they shouldn't take, because they're going to personally be unconsciously re-traumatized in ways that I don't even know what
So
it's like to
okay, so
experience.
there's a little bit of like there's an echo going on.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there's an echo going on, and I'm not sure.
Of only my voice?
Yeah. So it's unless you're hearing an echo with my voice, I'm not hearing an echo with my voice, but I'm hearing an echo with your voice. Uh, so I wonder if I can if I remove you and then if you can join back. I don't know if
Yeah, that's
that's something
probably
that will
better than
work.
me leaving the studio. You should just take me off the chat and then put me back on, see what that does.
Okay, so yeah, so I'll remove you and then just click on the link again.
Oh, you're gonna do that?
And
Okay.
if it doesn't work, just like send a note
Can't
in
you
the
just
chat.
like take me off the chat and put me into
Yeah.
like the waiting lobby or whatever, and then put me back on?
Uh, I don't know how this works. Okay, hold on. So I have an option to remove. I have an option to kick from studio. So there's kick, ban, and there's remove.
I
I
think
think
remove is the one you
remove
want
would
to do,
probably
and
be
then
best.
I'll probably be in the waiting area. You can put me back on. Okay, how are we now?
There's still an echo.
Still an echo. Okay. I'll leave the studio and then redo the link.
Yeah,
There we
there's still
go.
an echo.
Let's try. I'm going to leave now.
Oi,
Okay. Did that do anything? Hello.
there's still an echo. There's still a delay. It's
Weird.
like you said, did that do anything? And then it goes, did that do anything?
How about
So
now?
uh, do you have any tabs
better now?
open or
Is it better now?
no? It's the same.
Oh, it's weird. Yeah, I don't have the regular feed tab open. Let me see. Different window. Wow, there's an echo right now. I mean,
Yeah,
there was when I eventually went
it's
on
the
because I
same.
had. I wonder if it's somehow like. Here, let me just unplug my headset and replug it. Let's see what that does. Okay, testing again. Still an echo? Nope.
Still an echo. Yep.
Still an echo. I haven't changed like the angle of my laptop at all. That's weird. How long is the echo? Is it really immediate? Like my voice sounds fuzzy because it's like a split second.
Okay, this is the echo. Like my voice sounds funny. Like because my voice sounds funny. Like that's the echo. It's more of like a delay than an echo, sort of thing.
But you're hearing my voice twice. You're not seeing my lips and then hearing my voice after.
I'm hearing your voice twice. Yeah, so you'll say something and then your voice happens. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But are you hearing my voice when my lips are moving originally and then you're hearing it again?
Your lips do not match with your voice.
Okay, how about now? Sucks. All right, so we could talk without my being on cam, and then we won't have the same issue, right?
There's still an echo, my man.
Yeah, this is crazy. Because I didn't really change anything about my setup. What would be different? All right, tell me what happens when I unplug my headset here.
Yeah, nothing. Can't hear anything.
And now you can hear me, but there's still an echo.
Exactly. Yep.
Oh, man. That's too bad. I don't know. This doesn't seem like the IT problem for two drunk guys to solve. But I don't know what I'm doing differently other than like arranging the position of my mic. But you don't have anybody lined up from another time zone for your your drunk feed.
It's just us. It's in 4 a.m, so no one's here.
Gotta get this fixed. All right, let's just try it one more time. I'll try it on this setting. Stop mic.
Remember.
right? Okay, now you added me again. And we still have the echo.
There's still an echo, dude.
All right.
Here.
I got this.
So listen to it.
I got this. I got this. All right. All right. All right. I'll see you. I'll see you in a minute on my phone.
You try on your phone?
Yeah. Be right back.
Okay, sounds good.
Here I am on a different device. You still hear an echo from my phone?
There's still an echo.
Okay.
There's still an
I
echo,
have a
dude.
suspicion that it
I
might be
feel
on
like
your end now.
it might be on my end, dude. I I don't know what I mean. I've had the same setup this entire time, so I don't know. Um, we might want to just end the stream. It might be
Yeah.
end the broadcast time.
Are you going to edit this, or are you just going to play it in its entirety as just a example of?
No, this is going on in its entirety. Once I push end stream, it uploads, dog.
Yeah. Yeah. Vegans having a absurd,
We're
embarrassing.
Yeah, dude, this is raw dogging,
free
dude.
for all. And you're still hearing an echo. I'm
Raw
not hearing
dogging this.
anything.
Still hearing the echo, dude.
Yeah,
Still
well,
hearing the echo, dude. I have no idea. So yeah, I'm just gonna say ta-ta for now, and I'm gonna end the broadcast.
all right, dude. It's
All
great,
right.
great
Adios.
finally meeting
Deuces,
you
deuces.
in person. Yeah. Sleep well.